interest to believe in me. I'm the blazer, the soul blazer. Yeah, the blazer, the soul blazer. I'm the blazer, the soul blazer. Yeah, the blazer, the soul In your last breath. See, I don't care about the steps in your plan. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did to this land. You think you tough cause your power is fiendish? Ha! You going up against the power of Phoenix. I know you think you're some kind of hellraiser, but you can't outlast the spirit of the soul blazer.
All right, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to Retro Gaming Live TV, your home for retro gaming live television entertainment. My name is Wepen. Tonight, I will be joined with in the video by Rayo. We're going to be playing a little bit of RandoMonday tonight. I know we have promised this for a few weeks. My sincerest apologies due to work and health issues. I was unable to host. But we are back. We are back with this. We are here tonight and hopefully next week as well with no issues. I'm hoping to have something special for next week, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to have to get some things arranged. But for tonight, y'all know what time it is. It's time to RandoMonday. Let me go ahead and let Rayo that we're about ready to start. Are you ready? And so, yes, we've had Soul Blazer Randomizer or RandoMonday on here on Retro Gaming Live TV before. However, today we are going to go ahead and move forward and do it one more time because that's what the Rando will do it commanded. And yes, that is a bush in the corner. You can't RandoMonday without some proper herb. Today I am herb. Don't burn me. All right, we got it. Okay, I'm ready. So. Let me go ahead and get to my screen because obviously I can't see anything. I'll give him a countdown in chat so he's not completely confused. All right. Let's see. Alrighty. Good luck. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and start the timer there. Obligatory timer start. I will start moving as soon as I see him moving on. See them moving on my screen, because I want to make it as fair as visually as possible. I know they've probably already started significantly longer before I gave, but I'm going to go ahead and give them the benefit of the viewing doubt, so you can see at least on screen where they're at. So again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Retro Gaming Live TV. This is RandoMonday. What is randomized? Well, I'm glad you asked. Quite literally, as much as possible. In this case, all of your armor, magics, and swords and general items are all over the place. We're starting with a sword and a stick. And good luck and/or blame ever hate. Rest in peace. The first item will always be a sword, because you obviously cannot play the game without a sword. So they give you one to start just to be nice. But it will always be the Sword of Life, the very starting sword. It's not a particularly good sword, but it'll certainly do the job. But what is the goal of Soul Blazer? Well, in vanilla as well as the randomizer, your goal is to inevitably collect enough of the gear and NPCs in the game to be able to reach the World of Hatred and defeat the great evil Death Toll. Now, for those curious, the story of the game, essentially, Dr. Leo started creating all these really cool, nifty machines, and the king had some terrible greed. By the way, we got the village chief already. That's the first key NPC that we need to find of 6, but there's more NPCs than that we need to find. And because of the great greed of the king and, spoilers, the queen, essentially every single soul in this world was sealed away for 1 gold apiece, which then inevitably ended up in the ceiling of the king grid in the end. So it is your job as the angel from the heavens, known as simply as the Blazer, or the angel, to go through and save the world. Now, to do so, you have to go through each dungeon and clear out each of these layers to unlock either an NPC or an item. And obviously the more important thing for the majority of the game is locating the items, but there are certain areas that are locked behind enemies or an NPC, so you have to unlock enough to be able to progress as much as you can. So I will note that so far we have gotten a red out stick, the sword to start, and a pass, as well as 1 NPC, and that NPC is the village chief. In vanilla, you ultimately had to release the area's chief, if you will, or the chief character, and that chief character would give you an item called a stone. No different in the randomizer, you have to collect those NPCs and all of the stones to be able to unlock the path to the world of evil. Now, the problem with that is even though you've unlocked the path to the world of evil, you still have to get to the world of evil after unlocking the 3 red hot items and, of course, the dance, as we call the dancing grandmas. By the way, that's the house of the village elder. So if we chose to, we could now continue on to the next world, but obviously there's plenty of this world to continue, and I don't want to end up being super under-leveled, because there is a leveling system in this game, if you're not familiar. Higher the level, the more attack power and defense that you have. I will note that in the randomizer, you are not required to completely clear every single layer or every single item. But clearly, the more you unlock and unveil, the more you're going to find and the more resources and things that you're going to collect along the way. So penultimately, what do you need? You need the 6 stones to unlock the pathway to the final world, which is the world of evil. You need the 3 red hot items and all of the NPCs in the Mountain of Souls to be able to access the Phoenix release. Now, while Phoenix is not necessarily at the place where you would normally release Phoenix, you do still have to unlock that particular sequence of events, which is the Gnome King, the 2 grandmas, lovingly called the dancing grandmas, and every NPC that would create a path to her. Normally we have grandpa logs, which is what lovingly called in some of the community, or like the pathfinder, and there's some mushroom shoes. That's not a good find early, but that means we're going to be digging deep in the Mountain of Souls once we get there. And again, I will apologize. I can't see exactly what Rayeo's doing. I do have them up on the screen, so please do cheer on Rayo and their progress through Soul Blazer. They confided in me. It's been a while, so it's quite okay. Good luck, have fun, indeed. So like I said, there is a leveling system, and it is generally ideal not to progress into a newer area until you're stronger, either via weapon or armor or something that gives you an ability to progress a little bit more safely. Because generally speaking, as far as difficulty of this particular randomizer, most of it you're going to find simply between World 1 and World 2. Usually World 1 will give you enough to progress out of World 1 fairly quickly. You do run out of checks very quickly under normal circumstances just when you start, which usually forces you into World 2 almost immediately. And because of that, you are usually significantly under-weaponed, under-leveled, under-armored. Many of the things in the World 2 will kill you fairly quickly. Sometimes you get lucky, you'll get a decent sword that you can use for stabby strats, and sometimes you'll get a decent armor. There's the Pass Boy, so we have the Pass 4 Pass Boy. So that's actually quite a solid finisher to this. We've got a bridge, we've got a pass and a pass boy, we've got the tool shop owner. The pass boy leads us to a couple item locations. The tool shop owner is an item location herself. And of course we unlocked the village chief, so the village chief himself also unleashes an item for us, as well as our pathway to the next world. You'll notice if you were listening earlier, the music has changed, letting you know you've beaten, quote-unquote, this world. Obviously, there's plenty more to unlock and unveil, but first and foremost from the chief, we get the red hot ball. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing the Phoenix spot much quicker than we should be. because that's the second red hat item, and we're only 6 minutes into the game. That's pretty impressive. All right, strange bottle, not particularly useful unless you have a lot of gems or feel the need to collect them. That is your means of casting magic. So you do need to have enough gems to cast magic. You, of course, also need magic to cast magic. Most spells are fairly cheap, so you can cast them fairly cheaply, but that's not always going to be the case, and if you die, you zero back out. You get gems by defeating enemies and making sure to pick up said item from the enemies. And World 1, we are graced with our first stone as well. That's actually not a bad thing. That's one lesson we have to grind out and figure out where it's at later. But for now, we have literally done absolutely everything we could do in World 1. So as I said earlier, we are on our way immediately to World 2. I'm going to record as I go along because I've had multiple occasions, even during just kind of general presentations like this, where I've had a crash. And unfortunately, there is no autosave. Ladies and gentlemen, playing retro games, most of them did not have what we'd like to have as a courtesy nowadays is an autosave. What I do have that I am using, and I will note that under normal circumstances, I am using an auto tracker so that it makes life a little bit easier on me to not have to continue to look at the screen. I do believe Rayo is also using a tracker. I don't know if they've got the auto tracker feature ticked on, but that's quite all right if they don't. I mean, this is not a no, we're fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. It's fine. How are you? So these are the enemies that I really didn't want to see early on, because these bushes are my mortal enemy here, because when they're reaching out to try to stab you, they're invincible. And I nearly died immediately to the very first one of them. So two of the enemies you'll run into here at the beginning of World 2 that are probably the nastier ones to run into are the bushes and the statues. So I'm hoping to see as few of them as possible. I'd love to see these lizards because they're extraordinarily predictable. So I've got statues over there. I do have these flower petals here. Now, what's unique about the flower petals is they do, right, is they do generally have a very large, very meaty hitbox. But what's cool about the big flower petals is that if you can kill the butterflies that they spit out, you'll actually kill the big plant. So it will count as that plant being killed. Sometimes that little butterfly thing is kind of quick, so it's kind of hard to hit. So I was saying earlier about having a lizard spawn. We have a lizard spawn there, so that's good. But we're gonna have to deal with this plant here. Usually this plant kills me pretty quick. Alright, so we leveled up to 3. Ideally, coming through here, you want to be something like level 5. That's really about the safest level to be, but unfortunately, I don't really have that much of a choice. And our good friend the plants are so numerous that they actually cannot spawn. Ow. So one of the major, I would say, issues with the game, which you will never run into in vanilla, is that if there are too many sprites on the screen, projectiles, enemies, things will start unloading or despawning, which is a really bad thing if you're trying to progress and you literally cannot kill the enemies because they're literally not on the screen. It really sucks. And we've got more plant buddies. Okay. So we're trying not to... Yep, we just died. That's okay. But yeah, it's an issue that you will only normally see in Randomizer. If there's too many enemies on the screen, sprites will despawn. What does that mean for you? Well, that does mean in case of like those butterflies, they can't attack us anymore, which is nice. But if you're using magic will tend to fail because you can't put the magic sprite on the screen. So you'll use and waste your magic and the spell will just not be there. So it is what it is. It is something that does happen fairly frequently in the randomizer. Usually not so early, but those big petal plants count as multiple sprites, so it does tend to cause the game some grief. Okay, I'm trying to kill these guys as quickly and as efficiently as I can. without them killing me. Well, on the plus side, like I said, this early in the game, this is where the difficulty starts. And once you get past this, generally speaking, it gets better. For me, this is usually where I struggle the most, is this very early part of World 2. Because generally speaking, when you come in here, you don't have a more powerful weapon, you don't have the levels, you don't have the armor, and you will end up having to deal with rather meaty creatures that will do a rather beefy amount of damage that you don't want to have to deal with. You see all those statues right there? I also don't want to have to deal with those, but I don't have to deal with them yet. That one extra level that we just got is going to make quite a bit of a difference for us. So we should be able to deal with these guys a little bit better. Every level will give you attack and defense. And like I said, level 5 is really about when you can make it through here a lot easier. And again, I do apologize for my lack of skill here. Anybody who's actually played this more than I have easily can handle this without a problem. So, like I said, once we get past this region, we should be good. How close are we to next level? 1,000. We've got about 300 some odd points left. It's okay. I'm trying too hard to kill this one batch of enemies. I'll tell you what I'll do for now. In attempts to try to get a better situation, aka armor or weapon, I'm going to dive into the first of the 3 palaces, or the shrine houses here. I'll do this. You guys can't hit me from here. I mean, you can't hit me from there either, so sure. Like I said, level 5 is a good level to get to be able to deal with the plants, the statues, bugs, whatever the case may be. Oop, and we've got a spawner over there. That's why I died there. Good, good, good. It's okay. But we are inching ever closer to that infamous level 5 that I mentioned earlier. Again, I do apologize for my lack of skill. Hoping Rayo has a bit better go of this particular bit of shenanigans than I am. But usually, like I said, this is where the shenanigans starts. Because again, you do end up coming here much sooner than you're intended to with the randomizer. But generally speaking, after this point, it's not too bad. Generally speaking, it's not too bad. Now, I can't get across to that, but I can technically clear the layer if I... Wow, these butterflies are tanky! Yep. But we're almost level 5. You know, I was saying earlier how the plants and the statues were bad? Yeah, those guys hit harder. Normally, those guys don't have a layer either. Usually, it's just one plant on the side, like where this lizard's popping up, like a random spot, like over here. Not usually a full layer. There we go. And 1 or 2 is usually not too bad, but you get double experience for killing them too, so it's kind of neat. Experience 1 for killing the butterfly, 2 for killing the thing. That's Grandpa. That's not Grandpa Lux. That's Grandpa to Loon. Loon? He blocks the path to Loon until you have the Lucky Blade, which is required to still pass that direction. Even if you have completed everything else in the area, he will not let you pass through until you come through with that blade. So luckily, we have another batch of these lovely flowers here. I'm going to get my level 5 after clearing this. I guess not. There's my level 5. And sidestep a little bit, and now we should have less issues dealing with these guys. Spawn. Yeah, the best ones to get are the mudmen and the jumping lizards, because jumping lizards, they're predictable. And mudmen are predictable. Okay, that's an item. But unfortunately, I don't have a secondary IV to get to said item. There we go. Deal with this, guys. This is in the way. We've got plants up in the corner, up in a nice, quiet, tucked corner. There's the statue. We're going to hold off on that for a little bit. There is an item up there. I do want to get it. But I want to grab this first to hope... Oh, man, there's so many statues. Alright, so there is also another item called, set of items called the emblems. That is way too many statues. And normally by this point you have access to medical herbs, which inconveniently we don't have any at this point. It's alright, it's alright. This is, for me, unfortunately, somebody more talented probably wouldn't have this issue. For me, this is about how it looks. It gets about this bad. Like I said, once you get past this point, though, it's usually not too bad. Because after this point, you usually have some armor or a weapon. That's usually more than sufficient to get you rolling. I do got to get that plant outside still, so I need to remember about that. Alright, so the emblems are 8 hidden tokens that you can get across the game. That once you've collected them all and the proper NPCs, gives you access to a very special unique check. And in the case of Randomizer, I've come to calling it the pedestal check, which isn't necessarily technically the case. It's not a pedestal, but it acts kind of like a pedestal in that you have to have a lot of ridiculous items to get what could essentially just be like a bunch of gems or something you really absolutely don't hecking need. Waste of time, energy. The ped seed, okay, requires that much check for little payoff. So we got the black stone. We've got stone number 2 out of 6. We do need all 6 stones to be able to complete the game. And we have found 2 already, which is good. We got plenty more to find. Let me go ahead and get a couple of you spawn and kill you a few at a time. Alright, come over here where I can get to you easier. Thank you. Batch these guys down a little at a time. That way I can hopefully survive, kill them at least by a layer at a time. And makes it an easier trip through the game. Bring them up. Ow. Okay. Okay, I still have, yep. Really, guys? You're gonna make me do this? How many? 2? Ow. Like I said, the statues are probably the worst because they take the longest to kill, they're the hardest to get to stay on the stinking screen. Alright, we're gonna grab this crystal, hopefully it's something. Another emblem! So far we've got nothing to help us in our combat whatsoever. Let's see if I can get another quick item here without having to kill anything too crazy. I call that things I don't have to kill that's too crazy. The problem is you have to get the right angle on these guys. Otherwise they will still hit you. That's okay. Blip, 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 blah, blah. Alright. So we should almost be level, oh, I do have a medical herb at this point. I should probably use that. 2000, we are getting there. Let's go ahead and clear out this bush patch that we got going up here that's not doing us any favors. Oh, you guys can keep doing that. I'll just stay right here then. Jerks. So the medical herb, as you saw me change into my inventory, Allows you to get a full health refill when you die, which is very good. You get a little bit of health refill by unlocking layers and releasing creatures and NPCs. A medical herb will heal you completely from death, which is great. What's not so great is there is a lot of them in the video game, and part of the annoyance factor of the game is that when you're expecting and hoping for that new sword or weapon or something to progress the game, you find there's like 20, 30 plus medical herbs in the game. Obviously, at this point in the game where I'm dying so much, I'm less concerned about it because those medical herbs are great to have. I am going to go ahead and carefully try not to die from silliness. So, fun fact about these spikes. They are one of the most highest XP items, enemies in the game that you can kill. The downside is that the only way you can kill them is with the Soul Blade. So by the time you get the Soul Blade at the very end of the game, you really have no reason to come back here because there are other enemies that are more well worth your time and effort to try to get levels. As a note, most of the areas in the game don't really require you to be a specific level to beat them. Obviously, the higher the level you are, the more you're going to be able to do damage-wise, the more you're going to be able to deal with enemy-wise. So there's very little likelihood, under normal circumstances, that you have any reason to come back here, unless you just straight up miss layers. And in Randomizer, that's possible. Again, unlikely, but possible. But those guys you could use very early on to grind up some levels. Now, it's not required early on to be able to be a certain level. However, to be able to beat the game, you have to be able to swing the Soul Blade. Fun fact about the game, your level dictates how powerful of a sword you're allowed to swing. The better the sword, the higher the level you have to be to swing it. However, you can still hold the sword out and crab walk even if you're not the appropriate level to swing the sword. That being said, the reason why you need to swing the Soul Blade is because you need to cast Phoenix. And Phoenix is the only spell that requires you to be able... Another emblem! It's the only spell that requires you to swing your sword to be able to use it. Most spells, you just use it, you hit the button, it casts a spell, moving on. Wow, you guys are not playing nice. Alright, I'm gonna have you guys be a little bit more polite here. Okay. There we go. Another item here. Oh, these are guys. Can I get in here? Yes, I can. Free. Thank you. But yeah, most of the swords you can't swing until you're the right level. The Soul Blade requires you to be level 24, which conveniently is also 420,000 points. 420. They knew what they were doing. They knew exactly what they were doing. So we are a little deeper, getting a little farther. We are very... Oh, I need to kill these guys before they start spitting butterflies. There we go. There's level 6. We get a free heal, and we should be good for the rest of the game. We should be safe. We should be good. Hidden items in a few places. There's a free medical herb, which we will be happy to use. We are already hooked up, so good enough. So some of the things that we need to find, again, we need the stones, the 6 stones, we need the 3 red hot items. Those are all required to beat the game. We also need the 3 soul items, which is the Soul Blade, the Soul Armor, and the Phoenix. The Phoenix is the final spell and is required to fight Death Toll. So the way to Death Toll does not unlock until you've unlocked the grannies and the red hot items. They unlock the pathway to Death Toll, which normally in the vanilla game unlocks Phoenix. You can potentially find Phoenix significantly sooner than the end of the game, and use it as long as you manage to reach level 24 to do so, and have the Soul Blade, of course. No other weapon will allow you to use the Phoenix spell other than the Soul Blade. Statues, you say? Alright, let's bring you guys up here for a minute. Alright. So crab walking, while it does not do the full damage that the sword is capable of doing, it allows you to do essentially tick damage to an enemy, and it is useful to do sort of a strafing around an enemy to be able to do damage to them. Wow, we have 4 emblems of the 8 already, and we're not even at a point where we'd be able to see what's on the pedestal, nevertheless actually open it, which is insane. We killed these guys already somehow. Oh yeah, those were the petal plants, the flower plants. So yeah, we're getting a lot of emblems very early, so there's a strong likelihood that we're gonna see the pedestal pole, if you will. Oh yeah, I do need to deal with you guys because, one, you make a bridge through in case I need it, which usually is not the case, but just in case. But there's also an item over here, so I'm going to actually grab that. So far, no armor, no additional weapon. Usually by the point you get here, you've found at least 1 armor upgrade. It's not a very good armor upgrade, but it's better than nothing. And that's why the early world 2 just kind of sucks, because you just end up having to deal with no armor, no weapon power. You're just stuck. You guys got to deal with it. So we're level 6. We should be able to mitigate the damage these guys do fairly well, and actually do damage to them. Yeah. Come on. I know there's more than 2 of you left. So the statues will randomly spawn at a random time interval, a random location. The more physical plots where it can plop down on the screen, the more likely it's going to land near you. So if you have like a bridge, you're more likely to see them spawn more frequently when you're not on just like a little tiny bridge. A little bit more open area, a little bit more open movement. Alright, so we're gonna have to deal with you. You're a little far away for me to hit you. There we go. As a random note for the weapons, yes, like I said earlier, you do tick damage with a weapon. Generally speaking, the tick damage isn't terrible. Normally, a weapon swing will do significantly more damage than a weapon's tick damage. So when you progress, or as you progress, it's usually more efficient to use a weaker weapon swing than it is to use a more powerful weapon's tick damage, if it's only like 1 or 2 swords off. However, you'll find out that in this game, as you progress, there are certain enemies that can only be killed by certain weapons. There are 3 such weapons in the game. There's the Zentetsu sword. There's Dancing Grandma #1. Left Granny for the win, by the way. Best hide-and-seek champion of all time. There is the Spirit Sword, which allows you to kill spirit creatures that are immune to any other weapon. And then, of course, there's a Soul Blade that will kill anything. And when I say will kill anything, I mean kills anything. By the way, these are metal monsters. I have to have the right sword to be able to kill those. These are ghost creatures, sure, but these ghost creatures we can actually hit with our sword. Fortunately for us, so we don't have to worry about having a special sword to kill those. And let's see, we have the bubble armor. While it's certainly not the best armor in the game, 3rd tier armor at an area where we would have seen the 2nd tier armor by the near end of it, I will happily take the bubble armor. Bubble armor is also one of 2 armors that are required for certain situations in the game. To be able to progress in the water world outside of the Mermaid's Temple. Left Granny! Too soon! Too soon! You failed me! to be able to progress in the water area, you do have to have the bubble armor, which means on multiple occasions you may end up finding yourself having to downgrade from whatever you're wearing, just so that you can continue to traverse that area. Another armor that could be useful but not generally required is the ice armor, which is actually a tick lower than the bubble armor, but that will allow you to walk on certain flame tiles without taking any damage. Normally you'll only really ever use that here, but there is actually several spots in Leo's lab where it's incredibly useful to have the ice armor. Again, not required, but incredibly useful. And last but not least, of course, is the soul armor, which is generally required to beat the game. Because the very final area of the game is deep space, essentially, and you take constant, very, very quick damage running around deep space without having the soul armor. So required, generally, yeah, you'll need the bubble armor 90% of the time. Soul armor 100% of the time. We have 4 more layers here, one of which we cannot kill. And the other 3 we can do some heckin' to. Alright, well, there is the Lonely Goat. There are about 3 or 4 goats that pop up in the first town. One likes to have your company and wander around, chit-chat. And one will actually give you a tip on where to find one of the 3 major soul items, at the cost of some goat food. You feed the goat will help you try to figure out where one of your 3 items is. If you happen to unlock the goat and you happen to get the food and you happen to not collect the one item that goat hints for you, it's a lot of ifs, but it can make the journey to get that particular item easier, especially if it's one spot that you've completely missed. So we actually have 3 characters of the Woodland Trio. If you get all 3 of those, that is an item. I can't kill you guys from here. Is there only 2 left? Yeah, I don't have any interest in doing anything with you guys, so I'll get you on the flip side. Alright, moving on. So we have these flame guys. They like to spit hot bars. I'd rather not be hit by said hot bars. So I will hit them with my sword until they stop moving. Sounds like a plan. Alright. So as I said earlier, this is a great place to have the ice armor. It lets you go through it a little faster. Is that... we got a boy. That boy's going to tell us about a nice Lucky Blade. Well, how nice of you to offer me a more powerful sword that gives you progress in the area it's being offered. Fantastic. Except we can't get there yet, so we'll have to catch him in about 2 more worlds. So that Mountain of Souls is the 4th world. First world is obviously Green Valley. Green Valley, excuse me. Second area is Greenwood, this area. And we have our trio, so we can get our trios item. Third is the underground water world, sea world, the mermaid's realm. And we're going to go ahead and take our time to go across because I don't have a lot of health to give. If we had the ice armor, we'd just charge over this like it was nothing, but we don't. But we will make do with punching some firemen in the face. Using our medical herb, getting that one up at the very worst possible time because we had to use medical herb and then immediately heal. Oh well. 1 hit. That's fine. So now you only take 1 damage per... Thanks for another herb. I appreciate that. That actually helps. You take 1 hit per cycle with these ones. The ones that you run into in Leo's lab will take 3 per hit. So they are far more damaging. So again, if you can get the ice armor before Leo's lab, that's fantastic. If you can't, then you'll just kind of have to suffer the burn, if you will. Because those heat platforms are generally undodgeable. You guys are just annoying. We've already used another herb. That's fine. Herbs are plentiful. Do not have any qualms about using your herbs. unless you need a death warp. Death warp sometimes is a much better, faster way to get back to town, and may be, in fact, you know, kind of necessary, kind of not necessary. We're gonna mitigate some damage here. We're gonna step aside and let this thing be done. Alright, so there is a chest over here, and then a layer up top. We have the Dream Rod. Now, the Dream Rod can be required in most seeds. Cheese Viking Games with Ray. Thank you very much, Cheese Viking Games. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing swell. What were you playing this evening? Hope it was fun. Hope it was entertaining. Hope it was better than the 15 deaths that it took to get to this point in World 2. Hi, friendos. I hope you're all doing well. Honestly, I really hope you do. Hope you're doing fine on this Monday. It is Monday, and it's a Monday of Mondays. It is what it is. Hey, we got our first SeaWorld unlock. I'm going to call it SeaWorld. Rip SeaWorlds. I'm just going to take the damage. I'm going to keep moving. There's only like 2 more layers here I can kill. Which are the teleporting lizards. I don't know why they thought this was a good idea. These are just annoying. These teleporting lizards are incredibly annoying, especially for randomizer. You're trying to go quick, you're trying to do a good job, you're trying to get through this as quickly as possible. And you got these lizards that are like, I'm just gonna take my time, warp here, then warp there. It's been a long day, but there's a talking bush. There is, in fact, ladies and gentlemen, that is the second major NPC to unlock. We can now traverse to the third world if we need to. We do have a little bit more to do here first. And we do have a mole who would like to go home once his home is open to him. But we're going to finish up what we can here. And it would be good to have a nice death warp here, but we're not going to get it because I don't think we need to. Red Hot Mirror. Ladies and gentlemen, even before I get through the second world, I've already got all 3 red hot items. I've got both dancing grandmas, but unfortunately I have no path to the Gnome King, nor do I have path to Mountain of Souls just yet. But rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get there. We will get there. But we are 3 happy red hot items, 2 happy dancing grandmas. We just need 1 happy dancing king, and we're on our way. Hey, don't worry about the bush. You see nothing. You see nothing. Okay, Watermill Keeper. That lets us go through the second half of the underground castle. That would have lovely to see earlier. That would have been a few less deaths, but again, we've got what we got. We just deal with what we get. So that gives us progression backwards. So before we go forwards to the water world, which would be the next step, we're going to go backwards because going to the water world will not give us anything because we did not unlock anything useful in water world just yet. However, as that was the very last unlock here, was also probably the most useful unlock. We have a full extra region to go through, so we're going to do that. So the giant talking tree just gave me my 5th emblem. I hate the tree even more. Let's talk to Billy and the Woodland Trio. Showtime! All right, ladies and gentlemen, follow that lovely squirrel, Billy. Where is he going? Where is he going to end up? Where is he running? Where's the squirrel? Where is he at? There's Billy. Is that Billy? It's Billy! It's always going to be Billy on the right time. No! 1 more hacking herb. That's okay. But that is all we're going to be able to do here in this area here. So we have completely cleared the water shrine. We have mostly cleared the fire shrine. Obviously, we have to come back when we have the Zantetsu sword. And we have nothing to do in the Seabed Sanctuary, which is the next area whatsoever. Other than maybe the starting stuff, but I'll tell you what's more relevant than that. We've got more underground castle that we can complete, so that is exactly where we're going to go next. So, to the underground castle, and we need to talk to this lovely, lovely watermill keeper who is terrible at his job. How do I know he's terrible at his job? He can't turn the wheel to start the giant water wheel. And if you talk to him again, he tells you, oh, I was turning it the wrong direction. He is good at his job, ladies and gentlemen. He literally has one job. Just like me, I literally have one job, and here it is. Anyways, so we're back in the underground castle. We do have a nice, lovely, beautiful bubble armor. And that is going to make these guys practically defenselessly, well, me wildly defensed against them, I should say, not them defenseless to me. If I had a better sword, they would be even more defenseless, but my sword is one-shotting these, so there you go. So there is going to be one chest and one layer we are not going to be able to complete until we have unlocked Lisa, who, as anybody who's run this game before knows, Lisa is always a scam. Cute girl, quite mistaken about judging people, and usually never gives us anything. So she's generally a scam. I mean, I usually like to call Lisa a scam, but it's okay. We're gonna free her. We're gonna bonk her on the head with a stick and find out what she's thinking about. What's Lisa thinking about? Nothing. She's thinking about nothing. Hey, we got a cave there. We got some items. That'll be good to go back to once we clear up as much of underground as we can. Like I said, there will be one layer where we will not be able to clear until later, and that's fine. And one treasure. So, fun fact, if you're playing randomizer or vanilla Soul Blazer, if you fight a bunch of enemies on the layer but don't clear it, and then either leave or open another layer, it will reset the monster count of the layer you did not clear. So, you need to make sure before you move on that you clear your layers. There's Jailer Grandpa. He jails the bad shrooms and kitties. Let's see who we got next here. We have Lisa! How do I kill the dang lizard before the fire temple? If you stand on the right side and swing to the left, you can hit it. No, right beside the layer, like on the right side of the layer itself. If you can hear me, you shouldn't be hearing me if you're playing. Well, I mean, it's cooperative, I don't really care. But yeah, stand on the right side of the layer. If somebody wants to type in the chat, stand on the right side of the layer and swing to the left, you should be able to hit it. See, I can't see where he's at, but I do know what he's talking about, because that one was tripping me up. I sort of lied. I can see where he's at, but I'm not really paying attention to it. But yeah, if you stand on the right side of the layer in the top right corner and swing to the left, you'll hit it. Right side. The other right. There you go. Your other right. Got it. Alright, what's in Hype Cave? We've got another herb, a bottle, and... Ooh, actually, that's a good one. Magic armor. I'll take it. It would be great if I had magic to use with it, but that's okay. So there are 8 armors, 8 swords, 8 magic spells. I came back early because I am going to have to go bonk these on the head with a stick, and I wanted to grab those items. I figured if I'm going to complete Underground Castle, I might as well do it now. So, for the ones not paying attention, the Dream Rod allows you to see into somebody's dreams as they sleep. There's about 3 places where that's relevant, useful, and does net you some items. This is one of them. So we come in here, we bonk Lisa on her head, and then we leave. Why? Because she tells us to get out. Reasonable response. And it says, hang on a second. Please come back and talk to me. Nope, I'm out of here. Like a proper stalker, I'm gone. Don't do that, kids. It's not healthy. It's not polite. It's not good for your health. Any dang way, back to the underground castle. We did that trip because we're gonna have to do it anyways. I figured might as well get it all done in one go. We now can completely clear this entire area, which is what I was looking forward to doing. And onward we go. I should have used the happy mouth on the bush. I'm sorry for that. It should have been the happy or yelling mouth instead of just the yelling mouth. This is the pathway Lisa opens. She opens the path to this treasure chest right here. Silverstone! Well, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Lisa's career, she is not a scam. Thank you, Lisa. Congratulations, you get 1 out of 100 runs where you actually have something useful. So we have 3 stones. Oh, look at that. At least that was double useful. That might actually be something. We'll have to remember that once we get around to it. It's going to be a while before we can, because that does require us having... No, we can get there. That's the side of the pass room. So that could be an item as well. So, Lisa, we're holding out for you to get you a double dose of awesome. Hopefully you're not totally useless this round. It's all good. I know I rag on Lisa a lot. She's a cute kid. Had a very, very poor life. Very, very unfortunate things happening to her, which will still concurrently happen as the course of this game continues. Oh, look! A squirrel has a ring for us. That is also most likely going to be useless. There is literally 1 use in the game for the item, the Thunder Ring. And if you get the Zantetsu sword, that use is completely gone. And I'll point that out again when we get there. But for the time being, I'm going to come next to this proximity layer and try to get this guy to come out and let me kill him, I guess. So, as far as the layers in Randomizer, because of course this is Randomizer, each layer will have a random enemy from the area they're in. Like, these enemies that are spawning out of these layers can only be found, or ideally are normally found, in this area and layers in this area. But they're randomly shuffled between each other, one way or the other. There could be more of one, less of one. But not only that, the speed at which they pop out, the amount at which they pop out is changed. So speed, it could be 1 really slow, or it could be all at frickin' once. And it can also be 1 at a time and wait for you to completely clear. Like, that was a fast, and they all came out at once. And then there's also a third factor that can change, and that is proximity. Some of these layers require you to be close. Some of these don't heckin' care. See, there's a slow but continues to spawn even if there's not one on the screen. So the proximity, speed, and layer type, and quantity type. So 4 things are affected in the randomizer. And of course the layer themselves, what they unlock has changed, unless it just unlocks something on the map you're currently in. Like, for instance, these 3 layers here simply unlocked another layer. The 4th one unlocks something else. And in this case is an NPC, which happens to be one of our 2 crocodiles to get across a little river. Unfortunately for our Soul Blazer, he cannot walk on water, nor can he swim particularly well. Hence the bubble armor that you'll be seeing being used during the Sea Paint Sanctuary segment very shortly. Okay, we got a 1 spawn at a time, very slowly. Best ones. By best, I mean not. Hey, that's the second or third crocodile, 3 crocodiles. Now, that crocodile is important because that one leads us to the pedestal deer. And what I mean by pedestal deer, for those who are familiar with Legend of Zelda: Link to the Path, you are familiar with the inevitable and the immortal pedestal pole. Typically in Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past Randomizer, you don't always necessarily have to have the pedestal to be able to beat the game. But us as fans know that one of the coolest, funnest things to have happen to a runner, despite their desires, is to have to see them pull the pedestal. In this game, there is an equivalent, and that is pulling the Greenwood Tree crystal. That crystal requires the crocodile that I just unlocked. It requires the deer, which we have not unlocked yet, and requires 8 emblems, of which we have 5 of them already, which is wildly faster than we should have them. So we may end up seeing a pedestal peak at the very least. And depending on what it is, we may have a pull. You've got nothing for me! Well, I've got nothing for you. Goodbye. So we don't need to worry about anything that he's got for us now. We've cleared everything here. Underground Castle post elevator's done. Lisa's Dream is done. The chest cave is done. We do have the pass check. Now, early in the game, we got a pass, and he gave us an item. I believe it was actually the first stone. But Pass Boy is blocking yet another check. Now, since we've gotten the Ivy, we can go take a peek. Now, my tracker, it says I don't have the pass. That very little thing you see right next to the bush down there. Don't worry about it. Has that pass unchecked. The Power Bracelet! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, hoorah! So, one of the three items, two of the three items technically, one of the three items we love to see in a randomizer for Soul Blazer is the Super Bracelet, or preferably the Super Bracelet, or the Power Bracelet. There's also the Shield Bracelet. None of these are required to beat the game, but they do absolutely make life a lot easier. So we did collect the Power Bracelet, which means our attacks are now going to do 2 points worth of damage, which is lovely. That's great. We'd love to see it. But we're going to go ahead and move on. There's literally nothing more at this point in the first world or second world that we can do in the current state that we're in. So I'm going to do a quick save because I don't like crashing. And it's happened before. I do a save after every once in a while. So we're going to go to the Seedbed Sanctuary and do the actual literal only check that we can do. And that literal only check is to talk to the location of where the queen is supposed to be, who unlocks Salverta, and that's it. Salverta has a couple layer checks and an item, I think one item. But here we are, Salverta. Let's go kill some rocks, some birds. Oh, we got birds already. You know what I got? I got a Power Bracelet. I love the Power Glove. It's so bad. Actually, if anybody has a good hookup for a fairly low-cost power glove, you let me know. That is an item. That is at least one, maybe two items. That's two items, actually. If anybody's got the hookup on a power glove, you let me know. All right, we got a spawner of burbs. Burbs are probably the healthiest and more dangerous enemies of this area because of those tornado attacks. And they're usually quite prevalent to begin with. They don't normally have layers, or too many of them, but when they have layers, they're really annoying. So before we crack this layer of fish, we're going to go ahead and clear out this layer of birds on the left. All right, we did clear it, so let's continue our little journey. Throw a bomb to it. I wish. Now, there is actual spell that is a explosive mines, which would do that job. But I realize you're talking to Rayo there. And we have released the Queen. The Queen is not a key NPC in as far as world progression, but she does have to be released eventually. The Queen does lock up two items. Fortunately for us, neither of those two items are ever required for progression. So those two items are not going to be probably nothing more than either a bracelet of some sort, which is perfectly fine because that's where the Super Bracelet is, or like an herb or a bottle, something not important. So unfortunately for us, Queen release is two items, but will probably do nothing for us. And that's okay. The other part of that being okay is we're nowhere near unlocking Castle Magritte, so we won't even see it for probably at least another hour. All right, so what else we got here? Nothing interesting. Hey, we got Gnome! Unfortunately, we can't talk to Gnome until we've released the King. Gnome's important, but we need the King to be able to talk to Gnome. Even if we can't get to the King, I think you still have to have the King. But Gnome normally is responsible for giving you the next stone. Obviously, in Randomizer, that may not... Ay, birds! That is a lot of bird. That is a lot of bird. All right, let's go ahead and clear that. We have 5 more layers. Let's go ahead and clear the fish. The single slow spawning fish. We're going to be here a moment. So this would be a good time to tell you that usually with randomizers, while not required ever, there is a strong suggestion to pick up a tracker for whatever randomizer it is that you're playing. Usually the tracker will be an immense help if you've never played the game before, or if you have played the game before and you're just not sure where the items are. The tracker is a huge help to let you know what's available in the game. And I need you to come closer. There you go. It lets you know what's available in the game at the very least. And usually, in some cases, gives you a good solid map to tell you, hey, there's an item in this area you may want to consider getting. On top of that, for those who are more tech savvy and want to enable it, while not usually permitted in actual full race runs or marathon runs, or for any kind of points or whatever, unless you have a group agreement, some of them do have auto tracking, which is a lovely, lovely tool, which I am actually currently using. It makes it easier for me to have to keep reaching over and clicking a button to say, yes, I got this. Yes, I cleared this. The auto tracker for this game, unfortunately, while it does track what areas you can get into, and if you can fully clear them, there's the queen. That's our progress to move on. It will not clear the areas that have an item drop, unfortunately. So we're just kind of stuck dealing with that as it is. That's fine, whatever. So we have one layer left, and we're going to go ahead and clear that really quick. Actually, we're going to clear it later because we can't really do it right now. Because that last layer requires us to have the mermaid safe house unlocked, which is that one over there. So we can't get to that yet. So we are again done with this area. We are done with the seabed sanctuary for now. We're going to stop and talk to the queen because that is required to keep our let our progression continue. And by talking to said queen, she gives us access to go to the Mountain of Souls, which there is at least one good thing to look forward to there. Bottle. Thanks, queen. Appreciate it. We have the Lucky Blade waiting for us in the next area. That is a weapon upgrade. It's not a big upgrade, but it's better than the first sword of the game, having used that for literally the first hour of the randomizer. Usually by this point you'll have collected something more powerful, and generally you'll have collected the Zantetsu sword by now, because the Zantetsu sword is quite a bit more powerful, and it does allow you to kill metal monsters, so it opens up things that you're able to beat. It's not a guarantee that you get it early, but generally speaking, it's nice to see early. So this little boy right here has our Lucky Blade, which we are going to equip immediately. It is the 4th tier sword, so it's a little bit better. Each one of these weapons has a different ability or something attached to it, but generally speaking, the higher the tier of the sword, the more damage it's going to do. In this case, the Lucky Blade has a chance of an enemy dropping more gems. And for those who get magic, which we have not gotten in this seed yet, within an hour of playing it, magic uses gems. Gems drop off of enemies. With the Lucky Blade, they drop more gems. There is a sword called the Lucky Blade. Yes, it is. And again, like I said, because I don't have the king unlocked, I can't talk to Gnome. And because I can't talk to Gnome, I can't get whatever item he has locked down. So that means I have to progress in the Mountain of Souls. But first, we're going to hit this mushroom with a stick, and this mushroom is going to unlock a check for us later on. We're not ready for this check yet at all, but we have it open to us, and we want to make sure we do open it, because again, like I said, we will need it eventually. Most likely. Oh, and Lisa's second item was a scam. It did not get us anything. The stone, though, required, so I can't blame her. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, so we have the Lucky Blade, and I cannot swing it, notably. Lucky Blade requires us to be level 15. We are currently level 9. However, it is still a stronger weapon, so its tick damage should be significantly stronger. Yes, it's 2 nodes per tick. So while it's not as powerful, it won't kill enemies as quick if I could swing it. It is still a better weapon than the blade. And we've got our king. So that does give us access to whatever gnome's item. And because we do have both dancing grandmas, we could technically go there and talk to him. However, there is one big notable issue about going to the king now. We can't. Because as I said earlier, one of the things that's required is generally the NPC you need to talk to and any NPC in between you and that person. That's right, you have to unlock NPCs to talk to them. And by the way, thank you for the ice armor. It is now at this point nearly completely useless. So thank you, Gnome, but I hate you for that. But that's okay. We got the ice armor. That'll be useful in Dr. Leo's lab later, but for the time being, it is useless to us. But back to the mountain, because we still literally have no other progression other than to progress on the mountain. And so we shall. I just realized this is the Mountain of Souls. Mountain of Souls has bats, and one of the worst things to do about the bats is fight them, especially with no magic. Because usually by this point you'll have, I mean, literally the very first room you get into in the game that gives you the sword and it gives you the fireball. Okay, buddy. You know, chill. We're gonna switch back to this real quick. Ouch. All right, and we have a bird, and that particular bird, I believe, does net us an item whenever we get back there. That is Tiki. Lovingly called Tiki. All right. All right, we got more rats here. That's okay. We got snow rats here. One at a time spawning, and they will stay underground until you get close to them at least once. Actually, at this point, I can put this back on. We still don't have level 15, so we can't swing that sword yet. I got 1 gem! Ladies and gentlemen, 1 heckin' gem. That is actually the pirate ship chest check in vanilla. That is where that 1 gem came from. There's one little boy saying, when we get to the new world, I hope everything's going to be good. I put a gem in a box for somebody to find. So hopefully they'd have good luck too. You know how quick that gem goes away? As soon as you decide to use magic. That's how fast. So usually right away. Again, those aren't the bats I was talking about earlier, by the way. Those bats are mild compared to the ones that are super annoying. 1 at a time, sure. Alright, come on. 1 at a time. Nice and slow. Yeah, we might have to end up using an herb. I think I already used it. Never mind. We might end up taking an L here, but that's okay. We got a check or two. Oh, hey! That, ladies and gentlemen, is an NPC that has lovingly been nicknamed by a few people as the Pathfinder. Because him and his girlfriend are sitting at a table and it looks almost like they're playing, you guessed it, Pathfinder. Also, an ironic double call because it is a path that you find once you find him. So he is a Pathfinder. Yeah, it works out. Just go with it. So we have 1 more NPC to talk to, and Grandpa Logs. Again, another one named by some of the community. Grandpa Logs is named such because he's in an area that has, you guessed it, a lot of heckin' logs. Again, you're guessing, right? You're responding in chat. You're with me. All right, that's all good. All right, so hope you all having fun tonight. Hope you all enjoying. I do apologize that this was several weeks coming. Unfortunately, the last several weeks have been rather rough on me due to work and illness. I have not been able to be your host, and I do apologize for that. Hopefully, you all forgive me. Next week, I'm going to try to do something a little bit more interesting. Hopefully, I try to do something interesting every week, but more interesting than normal. It's going to take a little bit of cooperation from outside parties, but we'll see what happens. If not, we'll just randomly choose one by the end of next week, and at the end of the week, and we'll have a random for you. I assure you. Honestly, I'm happy to see these bats because this means I haven't gotten to see the worst bats and the nasty moose elk that are up here that tend to cause more problems than they're worth. By the way, those elk don't have a spawner normally, I don't believe. I could be wrong on that. Level up. We are level 12. We are almost leveled enough to be able to use. I am getting the pain train here. Okay, I don't want to break it until I... Okay. I was going to say, I didn't want to break them until I kill all the enemies. We have a mole. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the hole for the mole that allows us to see. To have some sight of sorts. So as you progress in the game in vanilla, there are 5 souls of light of sort. And each one of those souls grants you an ability. The very first one you get at the beginning of the game allows you to cast Fireball. And we talked to him earlier. He did not give us Fireball. He gave us the stick. The red hot stick. Oh, look. Snowball! Thank you. The second one, that one, allows you to have a light when you go into the Dungeon of Light. Because in the basement, it's very, very dark. Weird, I know. Now, we don't need any of the extra ones, but we're probably going to grab them as we go just because, why not? Another medical herb. I ran out, actually. Mystic Armor. That is another armor upgrade. Mystic Armor allows you to be invincible for longer periods, so if you get hit, your invincibility frames are longer. Emblem G. We are 2 emblems away from the ped pole, and just some 50 gems. But nevertheless, we've got a more powerful armor that I'm happy to have. The best armor to get early on is an armor called the Light Armor. And there's Lou. Lou is important for our progress in Seabed under normal circumstances, but we've already saved the queen, so we just got to get Lou out of his little box. But the light armor is very important, very special, because the light armor makes you immune to, quote, weaker enemies and attacks. That translates to you are literally invincible through nearly the entirety of the first 3 worlds with that armor. So if you find light armor early, it's amazing. You are completely invincible to almost everything in the first 3 worlds. On top of that, I believe it's the 3rd strongest armor in the game. 2nd or 3rd strongest armor in the game. So it's also very, very, very defensive. Even if you do end up getting a hit. By the way, we did get the mushroom shoes. I refuse to use them just yet. Okay, I'll use them now because I don't want to have to walk all the way over there just to go right here. And that is almost one of the only uses you'll use of the mushroom shoes. It's just there and one spot coming up. And even then, the spot coming up, you don't necessarily need it. Yes, I realize I'm pointing the very wrong way to fight things. It's fine. And 2 more levels, we'll be able to swing that Lucky Blade. And funny enough, that Lucky Blade is about on par here in this area where you're at. So we've progressed weaponry-wise almost exactly. Emblem C. We are 1 emblem. Now, I will point out that normally to get all of the emblems in the game, you pretty much have to progress nearly all the way to the end. And we have Grandpa Lux. We have our pathway to the king and the dancing grandmas. Normally, you have to go through pretty much the entirety of the game to be able to see all 8 emblems. And of course, the deer and the crocodile and all that fun stuff. Because your prize in vanilla is the magic bell, which allows you to use your magic infinitely. And, fun fact most people miss, is that the magic bell also prevents you from losing your gems on death. Normally that honor is given to the strange bottle, of which there are a limited number of in the game. But strange bottle, if you're wearing when you die, you will not lose your gems. Which can be useful, which can be very, very useful. But if you have the magic bell, it also does that as well. Most people don't know that. And that's okay. Now you do. Alright, on to the Slopes of Death. What do we have? We have ice statues. That's okay, I don't mind those guys. And we have the demon bats. And we have mages. Remember those lovely statues early on in World 2 that we had to get that were popping all over the place? Yeah, these little mage dudes do exactly the same daggum thing. Except they're more annoying about it, and usually a lot more of them. Alright, we have no magic, so guess what we get to do? We get to dance with the mages. And dodge. Oh, hey, y'all done messed up. And yes, this is how you kill bats without magic. One at a time, very slowly. Normally they spawn faster than this, but they've decided to give me one at a time. And without magic, you have to do this dance. Alright. I wanted to get that done so I didn't have to do it again. Alright. And we have a soldier. I know a sleeping soldier who has a medical herb. Well, I know a sleeping soldier that's not waking up today. Unless I don't have a medical herb at that point, in which case then I might wake him up. And we have Marie. Now Marie is our access out of Leo's lab. We have access to Leo's lab now. Marie was our access out of Leo's lab. Unfortunately, because I don't have any deeper progression into Leo's lab, that's kind of useless to me at the moment. Level 14, we are nearly leveled enough to be able to swing the Lucky Blade. We got one more level's worth that we need. I mean, if I find a better sword before, then it'd be fantastic. Because as soon as you reach Leo's lab, you need the Zantetsu sword. Which usually you get fairly quick in Leo's lab, as it's the chest that sits just inside of his lab entrance. The problem is, if you have to wait till then to get it, it's kind of annoying. Alright, that's annoying too. Well, I'm going to sit in this little channel and kill all of these mages. That I don't need to kill, actually, that I think about it, but too late. Alright. And those, which are not too troublesome to kill, those spikes, however, are quite painful. Alright, and we'll go back and get that other cup. Okay. And we have the goat pen. And a goat in the goat pen. Now that is, I don't believe, is the goat that you give the food to that tells you what your super powerful secret soul item is if you have goat food. However, by unlocking the pen itself, does in fact unlock an item for us. So, we still are happy to see that particular goat. This red mage is going to keep put the heat on us here. Oh, good. I love seeing bats. I hate these things. This is why magic is such a powerful thing. Magic in and of itself is very strong. It also allows you to deal with stuff like this much faster. It is super annoying. Alright, hang on everybody, hang on. Gotta deal with the bats! Alright, we dealt with the bats. What's in this one? I think that just gives us a pathway. We don't need to kill that. We got Wizzies in the corner there. We'll deal with them in a minute. We got these guys first. These guys are actually kind of tough. They do a fair amount of damage if you don't have a good enough armor. And we have the secret snail. That is also an item. I'll show you why he's the secret snail shortly. Oh, come on. There we go. We are... about almost 3,000 experience points away, so we're not quite there on the the level that we need to be able to swing our lucky blade. So I believe the two blades that we're missing is the Psycho Blade and the Critical Blade, I think. I think those are the ones that we're missing. In between the first sword, which I'm using now, and the Lucky Blade. Actually, also, I just realized... Okay, no, we're using it. Can you come out here and die faster, please? Thank you. And we have 2 model towns in Leo's lab, so we've got 3 dungeons unlocked for us there. I don't know if we have access to those yet. I don't know if we have the stairs yet or not, but we do have... We have stuff we can do. Alright, we've got more bats. Heck these bats. Heck this statue. Heck this magician. Heck these bats. Alright. And we have Dr. Leo himself. I will save the story for later. Please save the 2 soldiers who promised to come with me. So to be able to fight that boss and get one of the final quote cutscenes of the game, you do have to collect Leo and the 2 soldiers with him. More mages? It'll never work. Alright, well. Yeah, we'll deal with bridges and demons and... We'll deal with it. One friggin' bat at a time. Level 15, thank you. We finally have not the first sword of the game active. I mean, you guys could warp somebody else. I'm not complaining about this. Okay, we don't need to heal or anything yet, so that's fine. We will be using that because we will run out of checks here very quickly. But we have Loon unlocked to us, so we will be able to... Oh, and the other soldier's in the model town. Okay, so we're gonna have to dive the model town. Leo also does give us an item, which may or may not be relevant, but we'll find out. In the vanilla game, he gives you the airship key, which is required to fight the boss, which is required to unlock Madrid, which is required to get the stone, which is required then to move on to the end of the world. And we have the architect. So the architect has given us a pathway to the mansion on top, which hasn't unlocked yet. That mansion, in it, has a painting. And in that painting, we have the last combat area of the first world, which we cannot do until we have an item called Leo's Brush. Again, another situation where it may be required, it may not be. I don't know. But before we go in this magical little tunnel of fun, let's go in the magical little tunnel of freebies. And that is an herb. Alright, so there's going to be 2 layers inside this little slide puzzle of fun. You can put on... You can put on the mushroom shoes if you feel like it will help you. It's not required by any means. I'm just gonna slide back and forth and try to kill these things in an as appropriate or inappropriate manner as possible. So, you can see what happens if you don't have the mushroom shoes. You just slide across the entire thing. This particular spot doesn't require the shoes, but if you want to be more comfy with it, I guess you get the shoes. You're good to go. Yeah, be good to go. Do a slide, 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 slide everywhere. All right, and we are done with this side of the Mountain of Souls. We need to go and talk to the grandpa that gives us the pathway because of having the Lucky Blade. And we do indeed have the Lucky Blade, so we can complete this area, which means we will be fighting a boss finally. Finally. However, before that point, we have a couple checks. We get to see the Sneaky Snail. Another herb from the Sneaky Snail. Thank you very much, Sneaky Snail. And then we're going to go talk to the king and, more importantly, dancing grandmas. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. Dancing grandmas! Did you find the 3 red items? I have. Symbols, I will call the Phoenix, will you? Dancing grandmas! I even have a hecking emote for this. It's weapon left. I don't have my keyboard out here. I can hit it. Weapon left. Oop. And we get some wonderful magic. Where's my grandma? There. That one. There's my emote. Left grandma. Why? Because left grandma is a freaking ninja. And my prize is delicious seeds and access to the Death Toll fight. Now, we don't even have access to the World of Evil yet, but we have access to Death Toll. And the grandmas were so kind to give me some wonderful, amazing, delectable, never failing, never disappointing, delicious seeds. Also, because this has decided to go silly on me, I need to do this to get rid of this. Thank you. We have talked to the Sneaky Snail. We have seen everything on the mountain. All the buried treasure, all the ice physics, all that's done. Ice physics, that's Laynol with the mountain. We had done Laynol. Now we need to go to Loon, which is on the other side of the mountain. And again, we have access to that because we have unlocked, very early on, I might add, Lucky Blade Grandpa over here. This guy right here, he'll actually block you and prevent you from running up these stairs if you don't have it. We do. You don't have to use it, you just have to have it. So there are still 3 more layers over here, even though we could just take a pathway here and leave. There are 3 layers here. We are going to get them because there's also an additional item as well. More bats! There we go. And there is a bridge. There it is. There is a layer. Of course it's more with... Of course. How dare it not be the slowest possible thing to spawn? That would be wrong if it wasn't. There we go. I'm sorry, I'm not hiding my frustration with those. Goat food! Except we don't have the goat, so that doesn't help us. There's another bridge. There's more lovely wizards. Let's let them pop up. We'll say hello to them and deal with them, as we always do. Ow, sir. Okay, I don't know where you're actually landing because there's too much fire on the screen. But if you kindly stop, that would be wonderful. All right, another item. Here we go. Tornado! Ladies and gentlemen, at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 51 seconds, we have our first hecking spell of the game, which is Tornado. Now, Tornado actually is not bad. Despite having 0 possible control over it, it is very powerful. So, again, while not the best spell, still very useful in the case where magic can indeed wreck face on some hecking bats when it's deciding not to do its own thing and go off screen. Thank you. All right. You got more for me? You got more? Almost. Okay, good. See, it'll stay on screen as long as it's on screen. It'll do its thing. And we have a maid. Yes, a barmaid. All right, we have 6 more layers here. We are going to clear them all because we kind of need to. Don't have to, but kind of need to. It's good to do so. All right, what do we got? We've got some of these statues. Now, one of the cool things about how magic works in the game, magic usually will fire in the direction your character's facing from that ball that's rotating around me. So as long as I'm facing that direction, it generally will plop it either underneath where the tornado, that light ball is, or will fire the direction I'm facing from that light ball. In the case of the tornado, it'll just drop the tornado there, and of course the tornado will just do whatever the heck it chooses to do, because that's what the tornado does. What's cool about that is, if you want to trick the system, you can. You see how the ball is circling around me? If you shove into a wall, you can actually plant that light ball in specific spots on the screen. And that can actually help you make better or light work of things that are out of your range. And just like that, we move on. Hey, we got a snail. By the way, that grandpa right there, if you hit him on the noggin with the dream rod, he will tell you that he buried some money and some armor on the mountain, all lined up next to each other, nice and neat for whatever adventure that would come finding it. We did find those, and they were useful. One of those was an armor, which we were happy to see. Stay hydrated, kids. Yeah, we have made great use of it. So thank you, Grandpa, in your youth, which was not terribly long ago, because you'll find out if you read the story for this that the gnomes of the Mountain of Souls do not live very long. They only have a lifespan of about a year, and they make the most out of that year. Unlike me, trying to make the most of these stinking red mage spawns that they keep freaking giving me. It's okay though. You know what? It's alright. It's alright. Don't gotta worry about a thing. Alright, what do you got for me? Medical herb! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have yet another medical herb. Beautiful. Add that to the bush of herbiness in the corner. Num 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 num. Alright. So, at this point, 4 armors out of 8, 2 swords out of 8, and 1 spell. And we are about halfway through, maybe a little bit further than halfway through the game right now. Generally speaking, for me, it takes me usually around 2.5 hours to complete a seed, so we're in here for a bit longer. Those who are exceptional at the randomizer can get it done right about the 2-hour mark, maybe a little bit before, maybe a little bit after. It does take a fair amount to play through this, even if you're good at it. But obviously check out anybody who's playing Rando, because it's a lot of fun. And if you like this one, if you're like, hey, I like this kind of action, I like this game, this is a favorite of mine, you may be thinking about, where have I seen a gameplay like this before? Well, ladies and gentlemen, there was a game on the Nintendo Entertainment System eons ago, I know, weird, called Crystallis. Crystallis. People pronounce it every which way. You know, you do you. The idea of Crystallis is a different story, but the gameplay feels similar in some regard. And if you're looking for a game that has similar gameplay to this, for as far as how you move in a fight and all that, Crystallis is a great one. It also has a fantastic randomizer, which we've had on the channel before. I don't know if I featured it, hosted one before, Crystallis run here on the channel before, but it's also a great one. I know Con Cakes plays that one a lot. I used to play it a bit, but I don't play that one as much just because I don't have as much time on my own otherwise. But again, we'll have that in the rando wheel. Maybe it'll pop up in the channel again at some point. Well. Alright. I really do hate these wizard spawns. These things are just trouble. If you have Light Arrow, which is by far and away the best spell in the game, and it's one of the first spells you get, if you have Light Arrow, it makes very, very short work of these guys. But a good placed tornado right there should do the good job. And we have a proximity layer right there. The reason why there's different kinds of layers, like I said, proximity layers and things like that, is there are some layers that are hidden in rooms that are hidden walls, and those layers are in those hidden walls. So the only way to get to them is to know where those hidden walls are and then get close enough in that hidden wall to fight it. Well, I'm just gonna drop one of these tornadoes right about there. And I am not touching either of those until all the enemies are dead. Again, if you step on another layer and clear it before finishing off the enemies in the layer that you're working on, it will refresh all of the monsters in that layer, so you will have to fight them all over again. Again, Tornado is not the best because you have little control over it, but Tornado is very strong, so even with no control, it still proves to be a fairly worthy ally in the process of murdering all of these evildoers. Evil! What's on here? I can't even see. Oh, that's okay. Those aren't too bad. We can deal with those. And that is the last layer, so we'll go ahead and clear it. We have completely cleared out the mountain. Literally everything here is cleared out now. And we've unlocked everybody in the mountain that had any worthwhile to us. There is one more character of unlocked note in the area, but it has nothing effectively for us that we need to worry about. So we were worried about it not at all. So this is Merman, the Great Merman. This is, of course, thanks to censorship, a merman and not a mermaid, merlady, because obviously Merlady has all of her assets available, and of course for translation and censorship is not a merlady in this version, which is entirely okay. Also more friendly for Twitch. You bump! And also, most of your bosses are immune to magic, except for the very last boss to the very last spell that you earn. Bada boom, bada bing, we're done here. And that is a full clear Mountain of Souls. And we have a deer. And what does that deer give us? Well, that deer gives us access to see what is on our powerful, wonderful, incredible, and always necessary pedestal check. Again, I call it the ped check, but it's not a pedestal, but it might as well be just that. Alright, so we have nothing else to collect here in the Mountain of Souls. We have plenty of Leo's Lab unlocked to us. We do have an item unlocked to us in Seabed. We have a couple things open us in Greenwood and in Grass Valley. So we're going to go on a collect quest here. We're going to do a quick save. I don't normally do saves when I do the randomizer, but because this is a just kind of a marathon kind of presentation kind of thing, we're going to do it for safety just in case, because you never know what crap can happen. We're going to go each of these areas one step at a time to get a few items to be picked up. We did unlock the medical herb mermaid here in the top right corner. We got this dolphin too. There used to be mermaid statues in this place. Those statues prevented all creatures from getting lost. Yeah, they also give you access to the other combat areas. But, alright, would you like a platinum card? So, there are two towers in Magrid Castle that require cards. Left tower requires the platinum card, I believe, and the right tower requires the VIP card. We have one of those two cards. Alright, onwards to the woods of Greenwood. And we will go straight in. There are a few things here we can collect. One of those, if you want to, again, not required for randomizer, you take this little dude here and you run as fast as you can away from him. No, but all seriousness, you've got to lead him to a little mole hole right here. You talk to him. I'll give you a present. Could you wait here? We go in. What? Did a female mole come by here? Nope, I am living down here all alone. Oh, I think I have heard of this story. There once was a cute female mole living around here, but she was taken away by evil creatures. I am scared. Actually, the special one's over there on the right, but I made a mistake. Emblem F. Ladies and gentlemen, at 1 hour, 36 minutes, and 10 seconds, we have all 8 emblems to be able to pull the pedestal check. Boy, howdy, do we. All right, dear, follow you. Go, let us see what wonderful thing you've got for us. Stand back. I'll lay you right here. What is our pedestal item? And it is the critical sword, which is weaker than what we had. So the pedestal was butts. All right, there is one other thing we can turn in. We do not have to do this because it is pointless. We do have the seed for the hungry squirrel, who gave us a thunder ring. Now, we probably will not need the thunder ring. It literally has exactly 1 use, and the likelihood that that use was necessary is growing fainter by the minute. I'm hoping, because we have a fair amount of Dr. Leo's lab open to us, so that tells me that we should be able to find the Zantetsu sword very soon. And thanks to Tiki, we now have 4 of our 6 stones that will give us access to the world of darkness. So we've cleared the pedestal. We've cleared most of this. We do still have some fire shrine to do. We do not have the leaf to be able to continue into the light shrine. So we've got plenty of this area left to clear. But for the time being, we're going to continue to do our little return and collect all the shenanigans. By going back here to Grass Valley, there's a few things we can grab. One of which is the tool shop owner's son, who will normally give you goat food. But today he's just hawking medical herbs, so we don't need what he's got. If we run out of medical herbs and find ourselves desperate, oh so desperate, we can come back there and get it. In the back corner of the fence, we have just a bottle. Just a bottle. All right, we have 2 more items to collect. One is underneath this tulip. Another herb, of course. And our 5th stone. Just laying out here, chilling on a ledge, enjoying the nice breeze until I come along and shoved him in my pocket. Excuse me, under my branches. Just shoved him right down on the ground under my branches. Just hide him away. That's right, I'm hiding all them stones. You can't have them. They're mine. Okay, so there is... let me mark the pass real quick so I can clear this off my tracker. Yes, we have cleared that. So the only thing left for us in Grass Valley is Dr. Leo's painting at the top past the mountain. We do not have the painting or the building. We do have a few holes left in Greenwood and a shrine and a half to clear. Seabed, we have nothing we can do. Mountain of Souls, we've completely cleared. So, ladies and gentlemen, on to Dr. Leo's lab. Now, this particular area is going to be a bit of a pain in the butt for a couple of reasons. One, we do not have the Zantetsu sword, which means there's going to be a lot of things we're just not going to be able to kill. But, on the plus side, we do have all 6 stones. So, the only thing left for us to be able to find, or that we have to find to be able to finish the game, are in fact the 3 soul items: the soul blade, the soul armor, and Phoenix. We will still have to do some dungeon clearing, which means we will probably have to do some serious hunting in the areas here for the Zantetsu. This door gives us sight in the model towns. We're going to grab them because it's going to make it a little bit easier for us. We do have Tornado, so we do have the ability to kill stuff with magic. Now, this is also where things get rough with sprite limit. Maria, what do you have for me? A door key! Well, how nice of you to give me the door key. I appreciate that, actually. I don't have the door, but, you know. Alright, so we are going to go ahead into the model towns. I don't know which one's which one's 1, which one's 2. It doesn't matter. I believe we should be okay with what we got to be able to deal We got some menaces here. Come back this way, Tornado. I need you over here. Okay, we'll just clear that if we can. I'm just going to try to clear things as I can because if I clear them, I don't have to worry about stuff spawning and taking up sprite limits. There we go. I will still have to run around to collect those. Some of them aren't necessarily necessary because some of those are just literally pathways. And once you've cleared the area, you don't really need those pathways. Can you go back over here, Tornado? Okay, fine. I'll just deal with myself. But we have what we need. We can clear these model towns for. Oh, gonna have to head out. Well, Rayo, I do appreciate you jumping in and tagging along with me for a little bit here. Again, everybody give a shout out to Rayo for tagging in. I am going to continue to play, however. I'm going to go ahead and adjust some things on my screen for y'all. Again, Rayo, I appreciate very, very much for you hanging out with us today on Rando Monday. Give me just a few moments to kind of reset up some things here. And we will go ahead and continue with our journey. Rayo, again, appreciate you doing what you can, getting to where you got to. And just as a reference, when we do Random Mondays, it isn't just me sitting here going, hey, look at weapon clearing out randos or clearing randos very poorly, which is usually the more of the case. If you would like to join us on Random Monday as a player on the screen, we are very, very, very easy on things. We usually like to do easy flags. We tend to try to do as much as we can to make it as accessible as possible. And you're more than welcome to join us actually on the screen and play along with us with the seed. Generally speaking, this isn't just a weapon plays randos. This is RGL TV Random Monday. It's for anybody who wants to join in. And yes, auto tracker is not necessarily required or needed, but it does definitely help. And in my case, because I'm trying to focus on commentary and playing, I do have that auto tracker enabled. It is quite useful. But again, thank you, Rayo, for joining in on that. I appreciate it very much. I'm going to go ahead and continue playing here. And I'm going to do my best to finish this out. We do have a fair bit of time left in this randomizer. We don't have that many things left that we need to find. But we have enough that it's going to be... it is still going to be a journey to do so. So let's go ahead and get in here and clear up some of the rest of this mess. And Rayo, feel free to drop out or dive out when you need to. No hurry, no rush. And we are going to go ahead and finish this up here. We're going to kill these turrets. Now, these turrets and the catapults are the things that usually cause the most issue in this area. Generally speaking, in vanilla gameplay, you should never notice the sprite limit issue where there's too many sprites on the screen. In Randomizer, you see it a lot because usually the game is tuned to the point where enemies are put in specific places so that sprite limit issue doesn't happen. But in Randomizer, it happens all the heckin' time. And when that happens, usually what can be the biggest problem is you'll no longer be able to cast spells. Especially spells like Light Arrow that put an additional 4 sprites on the screen. If there's too many sprites on the screen already, you'll notice you'll only be firing 3 or 2 or even just 1. But those big turrets there, they take up multiple amounts of sprites each. And because they do that, it's more likely, especially on these model towns, that you'll not be able to cast magic because there's just too much on the screen. So let me go ahead and do this real quick. There we go. So today, Lisa wasn't a scam, so she gets to sit there and look all like pleading and hoping that I do a good job, that we do a good job here. All right, so we've got nothing equipped. I disagree with that. 5 more layers, 2 of which have already been broken. We just got to clear it. But more importantly is the items in this area. Now, again, in Randomizer, you do not have to have this sight thing that's bopping around me. You can see a ring around that bubble that actually reveals hidden enemies, which is usually the ballista, the turrets, and the catapults. In my case, I mean, randomizer case, you don't need it, but it makes life easier. But for the sake of showcasing, it's good to have so people can see what's going on. What's hitting you? It's a turret or something, you know. Like that. Like turret, you can see the spikes getting shot, or you can see the catapult balls being thrown. And in the case of some of these, you can actually see that you've actually popped a layer. Sometimes it looks like you didn't. And we have Leo's brush. If we had access to Leo's house, that is the final combat area of the first area, which is, of course, Grass Valley. And we have Leo's other soldiers. So now we have that cutscene ready and raring to go when we're ready for it, which is at the end of Leo's, not Leo's lab. That's at the end of Magrid Castle, so my apologies. Nearly misspoke. See, like these catapults, they're invisible until you have a little eyesight thing bumping around them. You can still kill them without that. You don't need to be able to see them to be able to kill them. If you know where they're at, you can see where they're firing from. You don't need the little eyesight thing. And it goes the same for the other 3 of those things. They aren't required to complete whatever area they pop up in. Every area has one of those bubble things, except for the World of Evil. And we have a squirrel. And we are done here. Right? There's nothing else here? Yeah. So, Model Town 2 has been completed. Or right Model Town. So onward to Model Town 1, because we really haven't gotten what we needed yet. Although we got Marie, so I believe we can go to the Magrid area now. I'm going to hold off and finish this area off because, you know, why not? I'm already here. Yeah, these turret things really gronk up the screen for as far as sprite limit. I think they may only be 1, but they seem to me to register to like 2 or 3 each. So they really push that limit hard because their spikes are another actually. It's them, their spikes. Right now, there we go. I'll take care of some of that mess. And we have a snail back from the world of the Mountain of Souls, which we don't need. Just another NPC. You don't have to unlock every soul in the game. You only really need to unlock the NPCs that grant you passage to where you need to go. And of course, any NPC that gives you an item. That could also be what you need. Right now, we only have 3 more items that we need left in the game. Oops, I was not paying attention. Normally, I don't die after the, I'm sure it was a death warp, right? Normally, I don't die after World 2 at all. So that was an oopsie on my part. I wasn't paying attention. So I've lost all my gems. You can see in the top right corner. So I can't cast Tornado again. Oh well. But I think we'll be alright. I have my Power Bracelet on. I do. Power Bracelet allows you to hit for 2 extra points of damage. Not necessary in the points of damage you see at the top of the screen, but 2 points against whatever the defense of the enemy happens to be. Which is a good bump. It's well worth the bump. Let's get over here, tuck over, and kill these guys. Good experience, too. Decent amount of gems, too, if I was actually grabbing them. I grabbed 2. And we have a bird. next to Turbo's grave. Now, we will have to visit that bird, but to finish that particular piece off, we do also need one of the mole holes in the ground to be able to visit Turbo's grave. Actually, the actual burial spot of Turbo. As morbid as that sounds. And the reason for that is in vanilla, that's where you find the greenwood leaves, which allow you to progress through the last part of World 2. And there's King Magritte. Now, unfortunately, King Magritte requires his castle to be built for him to come back. He's very, very, particular. I gotta have my castle. I am not coming back. I'm not showing my face if I can't have my castle. So before we can have Magritte, we're gonna have to find an NPC that's lovingly called Bob the Builder. And he does exactly what you think he does. He builds a castle. Technically speaking, it's just a soldier, but that particular soldier is a load-bearing soldier, as we like to say in the game industry. A load-bearing boss, a load-bearing character. That one character is responsible for the load that is building the castle. Hence, he's earned the nickname and reputation of Bob the Builder. Bunch of fun names some of the community has come up with some of the characters. Now, it may only be a smaller part of the community that uses said names, but you know what? Gosh darn it, I like those names. I'm using them. If they're not a thing, they need to be. There is a mole hole as well. That might be the one we need. I don't think so, but that might be the one we need. Actually, that's not the one we need. That's Monmo's ribbon hole, which we don't have Monmo's ribbon. So that one won't net us anything until we have that. And there's a load-bearing layer. And the load that it bore was a bridge. And we have Ballister blah 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 blah. Yes, catapults. Or trebuchets. I guess those are just catapults. Alright, we have a spark bomb. We have our second spell, finally. And a little bit more magic to pick up for the loss that we did earlier. Again, it doesn't really matter how much magic you have in the game, as long as you have enough to cast the spells that you need when you need them. That's all. Which, unfortunately, is also the reason why the magic bell isn't necessarily the greatest item in the game, even though you have to do probably the most work for it. Because, while yes, it does give you unlimited magic, and yes, it does give you the ability to not lose any gems if you die. The problem is, unlimited magic is kind of pointless, especially under the fact that by the point you have gotten said bell, you probably don't need it anymore. Because you have more than enough gems stored up, because you're probably not using magic all the time. A lot, sure, but not all the time. And yeah, it's not necessary. None of the spells are so expensive that you need that much magic. Tornado is fairly costly. I think Tornado is probably one of the most, as a single shot, expensive spells in the game. But even still, it's 8, and that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's a handful of enemies. We've got the mole's ribbon. I was just complaining about not having the mole's ribbon, but we also don't have both of the moles in the hole that need the mole's ribbon, so the mole's ribbon is kind of pointless to us right now. And blip. Oh, and blip. I'm going to spend a lot of magic to kill individual archers. Excuse me, sir. Or madam. Equal opportunity butt kicker here. Alright, we have the catapults. We also have these guys over here being a bit of a menace. We'll probably want to make sure we kill all of these before we take what's in either layer. And I'm just going to stand here and take advantage of this bush. We only needed to do it for one. Good. Let's see. We have a tulip. Completely useless. Alright. We have 4 more layers left. And we have a mole, and that one is useful to us. That is the one I believe that I need for Turbo's grave. It's either that one or the one on the left. I think the one on the left is... Hi, buddy. Ow. Well, I didn't mean to use a tornado on you specifically, but, you know, you're there, you asked for it, so whatever. I believe this one just opens the pathway back out. Hello. And hello. Alright, last trust here, a rotator. Now, rotator is a fantastic spell. I would say in a lot more situations, the tornado is more useful. Rotator is probably the best spell to have when you're going into the Mountain of Souls and dealing with the bats specifically, because with the rotator you can just slap them with the this, which is quite useful, which is great for them. Tornado's still stronger, but the rotator is great for the bats. Alright, we are completely done with both model towns. There's nothing left in those for us to collect, which means not having anything else to do here. We do have a check back in Seabed. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and run back and do 3 checks before proceeding in Leo's lab. The reason for that is there's a lot of enemies in Leo's lab that require you to have the Zantetsu sword, which after 2 hours of gameplay still have not found. In a randomizer where, generally speaking, you see very, very early in most circumstances. So it's kind of surprising that it's been this long and we haven't seen it yet. I do wish to continue. I am doing well, do not give up, but I need to go back. I'm going to go back to Greenwood, and I'm going to go ahead and collect 2 things that are there. And then, depending on what we get there, I may go back to Seabed to collect the 1 thing that I can get from there. Alright, so the 2 things include hitting up this hole here. We are going to need our Dream Rod. So I was saying earlier, there's a strong possibility we don't need the Thundering, because the Thundering literally has a singular use. And there's a good possibility we may end up needing it. And now, even if I turn in the ribbon, I'm not going to get anything, because the mole that you actually collect an item for isn't there. So we're going to talk to the stump for a minute. We're going to open the way, and then we're going to talk to... I believe I can fly and sing. And we're going to go collect that here in just a moment. We can, in fact, go and say hello to the crocodile. Are you trying to walk on me? Yes, you have some nerve. Okay, don't hurt me. You're a crocodile. You can hurt me in a moment. And we have another sleeping animal, and I believe that's the last sleeping animal we need, or sleeping creature we need to talk to in the game. We could possibly talk to the sleeping soldier, but the sleeping soldier just has a medical herb, so we don't need to. Turbo, wait, peace, guys. So that is all we need for the Dream Rod. I don't believe we need it again for the rest of this run. However, we did unlock 2 things here. We have the Spirit, which will allow us to light up the darkness, which is nice. It's a useful thing to have. The only place in the game where you have to Dark World walk if you don't have it. Not required, but useful. I would love to go to that shrine, however, Turbo's grave just have some medical herb, which will be the last medical herbs you ever see me hecking use. Because who else in this world would be comfortable with, hey, I'm going to use herbs that were planted on your grave. don't think many people say that and go, that sounds like a good idea. Not only on his grave, but on his bones. Just saying. That's going to be a huge note from me, Bob. That's going to be a big note from me. So let's see. Can we make our way over to the... Oh, I don't know that we can make our way over to him. We don't have a pathway. Yeah, we don't have a pathway. We can't check that. So we could progress a little bit here. We have Ghost Ship open to us. But that's not technically open yet. Actually, we can't progress because we don't have the Mermaid House yet. So, I'll just talk to the statues and get that done. Blester's open. Blester's required to get up there. There is one other one that's required to get access pretty much to all of those. We don't have it. So, this is really a complete bust at the moment. So now we have the option. We have the factory and the power plant to go to. I'm going to go to the power plant first to check the item. But from there, we have access to Madrid Castle shenanigans. There's some more items there that we can get. We are in dire need. And when I say dire, I mean dire need of a weapon upgrade here. Specifically, we need the Zantetsu sword or the Soul Blade, neither of which we have. The reason why Zantetsu Blade is going to be important because a lot of the enemies here, I cannot fight. So I can get these worms. I cannot kill the vacuum rats. But I can get this chest, which is just an herb. And I believe that's all I can do here. Yeah, I can't kill the vacuum rats. I wouldn't want to anyways right now. Yeah, so we're done here. That's literally the only thing I could do here in this section. Unfortunately, checking that chest was helpful, I guess. So it looks like we might be going to Madrid Castle, but we're also going to be running into an issue there because Madrid Castle is going to have spirits that we need to have the spirit sword for. I guess at the very least we can kill these worms. And by the way, if you've got a keen eye, you'll notice that these worms are the exact same worms that were used in Illusion of Gaia. But the ones you see in Illusion of Gaia were a little bit bigger. Okay, so I could kill the Mr. Clean bots here at least. I call it the Mr. Clean bots. They got the scrubbing bubbles bots. And those worms are not having a good... Actually, is that all of them? Yeah, the scrubbing bubbles bots. We got the worms. And we'll say hi to the worms. So far, the game has taken pity on us on this side for as far as having a weapon that can kill them. There's the mole. There's the mole that we could turn into mole ribbon for. That is another pickup. And I believe this one just kind of dead ends over here. Yeah, goes back to the entrance, so that's fine. Because we may end up running into a dead end over here very quickly. Scrubbing bubbles. We can fight scrubbing bubbles. We can't fight the rats. We can't fight... I don't think we can fight the bulldozer scoops. That's an item. Alright. Eyeball. Eyeball. Alright, let's go kill scrubbing bubbles here. Thank you. And we have a soldier. That is not Bob the Builder. Bob the Builder not only gives us access to King McGrib, but it also gives us access to the final emblem location. Well, one of the final emblem locations, normally. I forgot, I turned off my tornado. See, tornado would have killed those instantly. And it's also the second, quote, strongest spell in the game. It's just unpredictable. That's the only reason why Tornado isn't like a 10 out of 10. It's because it's unpredictable. I mean, you know where you drop it, but after that, good luck. So we'll kill some more worms. And we got some rats. And I don't believe we can hurt these guys. Nope. So we can't kill the bulldozers, we can't kill the rats. And we're done here too. So we are as far as we can get in Leo's lab without having the Zantetsu sword. We are completely locked down here. So that means we are moving on to Grid's Castle, which is the second to last area of the game. Again, it does also have locked areas. I will save again. It does have some locked areas from the Spirit Blade. We did unlock... Hang on. We did unlock... Hang on. We did unlock an item here. I'm sorry. I forgot already. We did unlock an item here, and I believe we unlocked an item elsewhere. So, while we're still here, we'll go ahead and we'll check this. I mean, Leo's lab needs some work, I tell you. Holes everywhere. Hi, Marie. You already have a medical herb. Well, that I do. Alright, that's fine. You're right. You are absolutely correct. Onward and upwards to waffles. I would love some waffles. Waffles would be great. Alright. Let's see. What's open to us? We have seabed, nothing. Greenwood. We have the mom. I hate keep going back and forth to the other areas, but we are in need of a sword here. And the game has not provided. This seed refuses to provide. Oh, that's seabed. Gosh. The seed refuses to provide. Despite giving us access to the final world already, technically, with the exception of being able to talk to Madrid to get said access, I mean, it's moved very quickly. But we still haven't seen a single soul weapon or item. And we don't have even the stuff to clear out the areas that we're in. Like, at all. You already have a medical herb. Of course he only has a medical herb! Raise your hand in chat if you're surprised. Raise your hand in chat if you're surprised. Alright, literally the only thing we can do now is onward to Madrid Castle. We have no choice but to move on to the second to last area. That's Leo's lab still. Alright, so the things that we're looking for here. We're looking for Bob the Builder, so we can build the castle, and that'll net us 2 items. We could talk to the Queen here, who's going to give us something useless. Could give us a bracelet, but otherwise it's going to be useless. You already have a medical herb, so the answer is no. She's not giving us anything useful. Let's go over here to the maid, who normally gives us medical herbs. She's giving us the Zantetsu sword. Why, yes, I would love a Zantetsu sword. 2 hours and 10 minutes into the seed. I think that's a great item to get finally. So what that means is now we have several things that we can check. However, I am going to go ahead, since we're here, I'm going to start the basement, but not finish it again because we do still need the Spirit Sword. But there are a few items that we might be able to get here even without. And I am more than strong enough to swing this bloody sword at this point. But there's several items here, so I don't want to just skip past. Because it's possible that I might find something here that's going to give me that edge or that movement progression that I need. All right, a shield bracelet. So we have 2 out of 3 bracelets. Neither of the ones that I specifically want. Although I'm not going to say no to the power bracelet at all. Come here. I am going to do it. I am going to do it quickly. And we have the last area in the first world that, since we now have this Antetsu sword and the brush, we can complete. So I will probably make my way back there first before I go anywhere else. Now that is the ghost that we can't kill. That is a big pearl. That is great. That is for a dolphin that is lovingly named Chungus. And Chungus is a big one, and he gives us items that are almost always completely useless. However, and I cannot kill the spirit without the spirit sword, so we are just about done here. Can you stop hitting me? And we have one of our racing snails. Yes, racing snails. That's about as exciting as it sounds. We're going to try to dodge the spirit over here because we can't do anything to it. And I believe the last layer down here is the spirit. But there is a whole extra... Yeah, we can't do anything about that. And because we can't do anything about that, we are now completely done with this particular area. Because we can't kill it without the spirit sword, so we are done in the basement. And we're going to try our best to run away from these things, because I don't really want to have to fight them. Because I can't. And I don't want a death warp, which is foolish, but whatever. It's just some gems. Alright, so we're done in the basement. Nothing more we can do there. It is now time, ladies and gentlemen, to jump back yet again to World 1, or Area 1, which is Grass Valley. And just checking between my areas here, we can now complete Leo's lab. We can now complete some more Greenwood, and we can 100% finish Grass Valley. So that is what I'm going to do now because I have that access. I'm going to just keep it easy, clear out areas I know I can clear out first. It might not be the speed tactic, but it's the certainly safe tactic and most available tactic. So before I go over there, I'm going to need a cute little thing called Leo's Brush, because Leo's Brush is the magical key that allows us to get drawn into the art that is in Leo's house up here. Yes, Leo has a lab, Leo has a house. Leo had a lot of things. But now that we're in Leo's painting, we can now go ahead and switch this brush back to our power bracelet. And because we made a quick pit stop in the Master's realm, which is those teleporters, we now have the ability to get a quick... We have the ability jumping in there to get a quick heal. And anytime we open up a teleporter, make it a little bit further, a little bit faster in anywhere that we go. Again, barring that we have that teleporter. I'm going to kill you guys because it's one less thing to have to do if I pop that layer. There we go. And what's in layer number 2? We have Pathfinder's girlfriend. And by lore of this video game, they will never finish that game. I hate to be the rude one, but you guys are never going to finish that game. It will literally take the lifetime. But hey, maybe you'll have better luck getting your group together. If you know, you know. On both of those accounts. Game lore and lore of trying to get a group together to play D&D. Anyways. I am well aware of it. Alright, let's go ahead and finish the lab. Oh, well, that's okay. I don't mind having to clear you guys out. That is a slow spawner up there. I'm not waiting for that. Yeah, that's what I thought. And we have access to the left side of the map, which means we do have access to that mermaid's item there now. Or that mermaid. Dolphin's item. And I believe, not this one, but the chest coming up is actually the vanilla tornado spot? Yeah, you kill these guys, you get tornado. I believe. Or a red hot item, I don't recall. It's one of the two. Tiki is one of the red hots. I think this is tornado. In vanilla. Alright, I cannot take anything that's in these layers until I've killed all of these guys. Because it is a pain in the butt having to chase these guys down repeatedly. So I will empty all the layers first. I'm going to try to empty these layers first. And then actually take what's in them. Okay. And we have an old man. So what's interesting about the Quintet games is that on top of being games that are usually pretty interesting and usually a lot of fun, they also throw in different religious lore into each of them, which is really interesting. We don't normally get to talk about religious stuff on stream channels just because everybody's got their belief systems and all that. But it's interesting in this game how it crosses the idea of a deity who has angels that he sends to kind of be like the peacekeepers and the peacemakers. On top of what this game has is reincarnation as well. It's like you're kind of mixing roles there a little bit, but you know, sure, fine, you do you. It's kind of interesting. One of those weird little side notes I thought I'd throw out there. Yeah, each one of the Quintet games has a different. Oh, we've got both towers. We have plenty of crap to ask us now there. They mix different religions in each of the games, which is really interesting that they do that. Did I get it? I got it. Okay, we can clear out. We can leave now! One of those little odd side notes I just thought was interesting. Hey, how you doing? Alright, so we've got plenty of these little metal dudes to finish off here. We've got plenty of other things to do here. I'm going to clear out these again, like I said before, but I'm not going to go ahead and pop them all. That one I'm going to do just because it's free. I don't want to have to refight any of these. That is a proximity layer. What's in the proximity layer? Not the proximity. This one. More stones. Alright, fine, whatever. So, don't blink at this boss. You might miss him. Boss is named Solid Arm, or he actually has a couple different names, but in either this one or Illusion of Gaia, where he appears as a super secret special super boss, he's named Solid Arm. Don't blink. He gone. And actually, in Illusion of Gaia, the final boss, Shadow Arm, there does make reference to the Blazer, which is obviously this game. So it's really cool. I like it. But that is that. We have another bit of seabed we can look at. The problem with seabed, we didn't have this. So we now have access to nearly all you game you're playing dirty. So I had to go all the way to a maid in Magrid's castle area to get the Zantetsu, to come here all the way to the end of the last combat area of the first world, to get the Spirit Sword from the Seabed Sanctuary. kind of a dirty play game. Kind of a dirty play. But thanks to that, we do have access to more than a majority of seabed. And a couple items actually in the sanctuary itself. So we're going to do that first. We are going to say hi to the statue. One more statue here, and we have access to all of seabed. By the way, with Rockbird, we also have this lovely little glitch. Not a glitch. Where we would, I believe the area there where we would use the, or have the, use for the Thunder Ring. However, we got the Zantetsu, so even that's kind of pointless now. We have just some gems. Thank you for the ride, Dolphin. I appreciate your hard effort. You just stay friendly. All right. So with that, we now have access to the Spirit Sword, which is inside of this place. How do I know it's inside of this place? It is from this mermaid right here. Thank you, Lyra, for the raid. Hope you were enjoying yourself, whatever it was you were playing. And thank you for coming back over here and saying, hey, on the World of Randos. Just some monies over here in the corner. So we are done inside the mermaid's house. It's time to go play in the water. Now, at this point, I believe we have enough levels to use the Spirit Sword. We do. But we're going to keep using the Zantetsu Sword. And the reason for that is there are crabs that run around that you can only kill under normal circumstances when they're running around. And when they're running around, they've exposed themselves. The hermit crabs, they're killable. However, if you have the Zantetsu, you can just straight up kill them. So that's good. And proximity rocks! Proximity rocks, one at a time. And again, I mean proximity. You have to be within one tile of the layer for it to spawn. There we go. We've cleared out this area finally. We're done with it. We're moving on. There's a friend for Maria. Just a cat. The cat doesn't give us anything, but there you go. Marie has a friend. I do slip and say Maria, but it is Marie, not Maria. Alright, we do have access to continue moving along, and that's what exactly what we're going to do. So one of the fun little glitches of this game is when you have the little cutscenes where the game happily shows you what you've unlocked, your character sprite is actually there on the screen while that cutscene plays, but is invisible. So this is the only area where in those cutscenes, there's enemies on the screen that can see you and will beeline towards you and hit you while you're in those cutscenes. And there is literally nothing you can do about it except just take the hits. There's nothing you can do. You just have to take the hits. Alright, there are 9 layers here. There are plenty of the sea urchins. These are the beefiest creatures almost in the game. They take a lot of hits. They don't really do a lot of damage, but they take a lot of hits. But we have the Zantetsu, so we can do a little bit of damage. And we have Lou's friend. We can now collect whatever item Lou has, but we're going to go back later. We've got plenty of perusing to do as of yet. All these stingrays back here saying hello. And there is the aforementioned hermit crabs. Again, I have the Zantetsu sword, so I can just kill these guys instantaneously. If normally when you get to this point, you simply have the critical sword, I believe. Is it critical sword or the psycho sword? Alright, critical sword will allow you to randomly insta-kill an enemy. Not often, but it will let you. The Psycho Sword, which is what you could have at this point, will actually allow you to stun metal monsters. Not kill, but stun. Which kind of is a pain here, because if you stun those, then they can't actually attack you. So we have a treasure over there that's cleared out there. Also, you saw the soldier there. He's not dead. He's just sleeping. Don't worry about it. He's just sleeping. He's just sleeping there now. He needed his daily nap. He is a soldier. Why he takes a nap, who knows? And we have a bird. That particular bird does nothing for us. He's just a bird. Ba, ba, ba. All right, another layer. More gigantic sea urchins. Our prize, the soul armor. The unfortunate part about having the soul armor, however, is that right now we can't use it. I mean, we could, but we'd die from oxygen deprivation, drowning, in easier terms. So yes, in this area, regardless of whatever armor you have, as long as you're underwater, you really need to make sure that you don't unequip your bubble armor because you will actually drown. So unfortunately, despite having phenomenal cosmic godly powers, you do not have the ability to breathe underwater or swim. So there's that. Oh, but we are on top of the water, or out of the water now, so we can technically do this. Soul armor is the most powerful armor in the game. On top of that, it also has the unique ability to allow you to breathe in deep space. So once you get to the world of evil, there is one or two, like a layer deep, an area called deep space or something of that nature. And your character cannot breathe in it. And you will die rapidly to lack of oxygen, or lack of existence in the middle of space, I guess. I know, weird, but still. Ah, slow spawning palm trees, why? They shoot coconuts. And spawn really, really slow. So I mentioned early on that there is a particular item in the game called the Thunder Ring, which you can get in this particular instance. I got from a squirrel by delivering him some delicious seeds. He was hungry. We fed him. We got the ring. It exists for one purpose, and that is for one layer on this screen at the top left to kill metal monsters. It is the only time you can kill a metal monster without having a sword specifically designed to kill metal monsters. That being said, the Soul Blade can also kill metal monsters. However, you have to be level 24 to swing it. So even if we had it, we'd have to do stab strats, and I mean, it still worked quite well. Soul Blade, even with stab strats, is amazing. But we have the Zantetsu now, so we're alright. So let's go ahead and clear out all these layers. There's 4 more, 2 on the right, 2 on the top. The ones on the top are a little bit more important, but burbs! Burbs everywhere. Burbs heckin' everywhere. Alright. Oh, there's something happening here. Hold on. Proximity trees, yet again. Alright. And a kitty cat. By the way, that kitty cat does in fact have an item for us. And is the last creature in the game we will hit with a sleeping rod. I'm sorry, dream rod. Yeah, these things. If you touch these things wearing a thunder ring, it'll automatically kill whatever creature that lightning bolt hits. Which conveniently would be these metal monkeys, which you can only kill with that or a metal killing sword. And at this point, you would not have the said metal killing sword, but this is absolutely required to do to move on because the item you get from killing these in vanilla is required. Or the soul you unlock here. And we've got birds. gem, which will take us back. I've got nothing for you. Would you like to go back? I will actually go ahead and go back because we are done with Bluster. I believe that is Bluster, right? Thunder Rock? Bluster? Whatever. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. We cleared it. Rockbird, maybe? Yes, that is Rockbird. That is Bluster, excuse me. The next one we're going to go to is Rockbird. You already have a strange bottle. Well, thank you, Lou. I appreciate the bottle. I didn't need it, but I appreciate it. I don't like to say no. I mean, I'm going to say no, but I'm going to keep going. Since we're back here, I need to put my bubble armor back on, which you can see is several levels weaker than the soul armor. But, again, we don't want to die to suffocation, drowning, blah, 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 blah. But moving on, we are going to go to Rockbird, and we could go to Ghost Ship as well. Or at least part of it. There's nothing over there, but that's okay. Lots of things to kill, la la la. Oh, you would. We are going to Rockbird. Yay, burbs. Yes, an ivy to tulip, totally freaking useless. At least that tulip's useless. There's a few tulips that are not useless, but that one is useless. Blip, 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 blop. Alright, up to Rockbird. Burbs! Slow spawning burbs. Right about there. Into rocks. Whoop, we got more burbs. We got another angelfish. One of those angelfish on that red side gives you the magma rock shield. So when you get to Durian, which we have not unlocked, that helps out a lot there. Not necessary at all. Honestly, you could absolutely skip that even if you're playing a randomizer like this, and you would literally be out nothing. It's completely senseless to grab. Alright, another gem. That gem says experience, and that was like 10 experience. Generally speaking, these crystals are primarily just for warp points. A few of them have some rather useful items, but most of them are useless. In vanilla, I think there's only like a couple of them that actually do anything good for you. The rest either have literally nothing, a couple gems, or some experience, which, again, mostly useless. Monkeys! Fish! More monkeys! And palm trees. We'll deal with the palm trees. I'm gonna deal with you too. And burb! Fear the burb, fear it! Fear it! And this is more important. What do you got? The iron armor, ladies and gentlemen. The first possible armor of the game. And the greenwood leaf. With the collection of the greenwood leaf as well as the spirit sword, which we collected earlier, and the Zantetsu, which I am currently wielding, we now have complete total access to finish greenwood. And we are still looking for Bob the Builder, the Soul Blade, and Phoenix. That is all we need to finish the game. The Soul Blade, the Phoenix, and Bob the Builder. Now, Bob the Builder cannot be in the world of evil. However, the Soul Blade and Phoenix can be. So there is a strong possibility that our sword and our magical friend could be locked behind something in the world of evil. Alright, I need to kill you guys because I don't want to have to do it again. Alright. What did I just unlock? This, right, and a tulip! Completely useless! You can't even talk to that one. Wait! A bird got away! How dare you? Oh, it was proximity, that's why. I killed you already. And we have Grandma, not a dancing grandma, just a regular grandma. No more layers, we are done here. Let's take a ride on the Crystal Express. And then we will go over to what we can for Ghost Ship. I meant to say yes, please. Thank you. Still no Ghost Ship, that's okay. I've actually had seeds where I've had absolutely no Seabed Sanctuary other than the Queen to progress. So it can happen where you have an entire area you just simply don't have to go to. You have to be kind of lucky with that. But Rando's gonna rando, so take that as you will. Blip, 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 blop. I guess I should have got that earlier. That would have been a minor time save. Oh, we got plenty of these guys. There's another little time-savey thing, which again, unnecessary. 3 more layers here. How dare I? I don't think I need any of them, but we'll check them out. I can't get past you, so good. To Ghost Ship we go. Rockbird, 3 souls and an item. 3 items. Oop. 1 lowly layer in the back of Salderta. Alright, we have 4 layers here remaining. We were on the other side of this earlier. Three layers remaining. One of those is going to be a hidden one, which requires a character that has been named by a few individuals in the community as Chungus. Oh, he big. Oh, he blocking treasure. Oh, he completely useless. It is rare that he holds on to something, or she. Rare that it holds on to anything particularly useful. And a dog! That is not the load-bearing dog. The load-bearing dog has an entire cafe. Alright, so that was a useless endeavor. However, it has been done. So we're gonna come over here, check out what's over here. There you go. A medical herb. Thank you very much. I'll just pop that right now because I already have one. Alright, and we'll kill off a few of these. And leaving one more layer left in this section. We have one of the dancing mermaids. We have the instructor. There's an instructor and 3 dancing mermaids. Just like there's a race lead, a snail race master, and the 3 snail racers. There is a mermaid dancing instructor and the 3 mermaids. Alright, last location over here. This one will give us a layer, or rather a warp, up to the Master's Realm. Free heal. So we haven't had a layer of crabs, or hermit crabs. That's kind of interesting. But there will be treasure here, right in that little chest right there. Hopefully it, Mr. Bubble. Actually, I would like to call the magic bell. Not completely useless, but not terribly useful now either. I like to call the scrubber bots in Leo's lab scrubbing bubbles. That's very, very close to Mr. Bubble. A similar idea, actually. Zentetsu! Don't blink. And we have Grandpa. She was waiting for him to return. Good job. So that leaves us with one area in this, one area and a partial that we'll have to come back for once we find Chungus. And of course Durian, which there's a few treasure chests in Durian, so it would be useful to come back and double check once we get access to it. And of course, once we get access to Chungus, we will come back here and check out his items. Although, generally, like I said, don't frequently have anything for us that's particularly useful. With that, we are completely done with Grass Valley. We're completely done with the Mountain of Souls. We can finish Leo's lab, but we can also now go back and finish. I'm going to do a quick save just to make sure things don't get boopity-boppity-booped on me. We are going to go back to the 2 shrines in the Woods of Greenwood and complete that. Knock those off our list. You are not required necessarily to fight every single boss, especially if you get the things that you need to progress. But there may be an occurrence or a general necessity to do so for a layer or something like that. So while all the bosses are not required to be defeated, there may be a thing on certain of those bosses to kill to get what you need to progress. So take that as you will. But we did get our lovely metal killing stabby object, and we will definitely go ahead and complete our metal stabby stabbing, which is here, the layer just below, and the layer below, which is here. And there are several, and we're going to be working this backwards. Let's go the other way. Let's kill those guys first, because we're going to end up working backwards, and there's no sense in it. So, there are several of these duders. I'm going to go ahead and take them out real quick. Metal scorpions. They can only be damaged by either the Zentetsu sword, which I'm using now, or the soul blade. If you happen to have gotten that first, you can go ahead and kill them with that as well. I think, logically speaking, the randomizer concerns itself with having the Zentetsu for these, but if you get the soul blade, you can still kill them as well. I don't know that it takes that in consideration for logic, but either way. We've got at least one more. We've got at least one more. That should be it. And then we're going to go from there into the next area, because the next area will have more in it. And because the game was so kind, they're making you run all the way around just to get the box that popped up next to you. And it is the harp string. Now, the harp string is essentially a fetch item. You get it to help out the musician who has composed a lovely ballad for one Lisa. It allows you to, in vanilla, I believe, collect a key card. And I believe that key card is the platinum card. The queen gives you the... And I'm going to do this since I'm here. I want to put my ice armor on so I can happily walk across this without taking damage. The queen is the one that gives you the VIP card. and is required for progression. But the harp string is required to give you access. No! Yes, no, that's correct. Okay, yeah. Harp string to get access to the platinum card, queen to get access to the VIP card, which is left and right tower respectively. Not respectfully, because the queen is very much worthy of disrespect. And if you know the story, you might see a glimpse of it here in a little bit. The queen is almost primarily responsible for the hell that hit this particular world/universe. And we are done with the scorpions. And the reason why I came back in from the other way is because the trap for it is here. The layer for it is right here. That's why I had to stop, go back around. And we have Durian! We can, in fact, go and finish it now. Now, there is a particular item that Logic kind of expects you to have when you go back into Durian. We don't have it, but gosh darn it, we don't heckin' need it because we don't need to undo Lava Problem. Scorpions, here I am. Will you let me ride? Yes, I have it in my inventory. Do I really have to pull it out? Please. So to get access to these rafts, you have to have the Greenwood Leaf, which, as I said earlier, you collect from the bones of the dead Guardian, Turbo. Yes, you have to unlock access to his bones and pull a leaf from his long decayed body to be able to access these rafts, because they have his smell on it. I'm sure they have a smell. I'm not sure it's a good one. And we have the left route in Mountain of Souls. Again, we've completely cleared Mountain of Souls. There's nothing left there for us. We don't need to go back there ever. Ever. You gonna ride the raft with me? Also, this is an easy to miss one. I've actually missed this multiple times. The Soul Blade! So, this particular crystal is really easy to miss for one reason. Normally, when you get to the Temple of Light, which I'm at right now, it's really easy to forget to step back on the raft and check it out. So, we now have access to the most powerful weapon in the game. We cannot swing it, but because of what it is, I can now kill metal monsters and spirit monsters with it. I no longer have to worry about switching between weapons. It is, however, still potentially relevant that it is much faster to swing a weapon and kill enemies faster with a proper weapon that you can swing than it is to do stabby strats. However, one sword does prevent me from having to constantly switch between the Spirit Sword and the Zantetsu Sword. So, screw you, I'm using the Soul Blade. And because I have access to the Soul Blade here now, I have access to killing these fire orbs. Now, these orbs you see here are the second creature that you run into that you can't kill normally. The first one would be the little metal scorpion crawler things. Actually, the crawler things from the Leo's painting. And then second would be the metal scorpions. And then third would be these spirit orbs. And these spirit orbs give a fair amount of experience as well. So I'm going to go ahead and kill all of these spirit orbs before I step on the traps that give anything else. Okay, and I finished it there, so the progression in the game, when you find new swords, typically you cannot swing a new sword immediately unless you've killed enough enemies to gain the level to do so. The Soul Blade is the most powerful weapon in the game. It requires you to be level 24. That level requires you to have 420,000 experience. Yes, 420 is in the final experience number, minimum experience number that you need to be able to beat the game. They knew what they were doing. I stand by that. They knew exactly what they were doing. Making it 4 freaking 20. We are currently at 130 at level 20, so literally 4 levels worth of experience is almost 300,000 points of experience. And we have the Flame Pillar, which is an okay spell. Most of the spells are just kind of okay in the game. The ones that you absolutely want are Light Arrow. I mean, you get Fireball to begin with, but you want Light Arrow, and of course you want Phoenix. Light Arrow is honestly the best spell in the game, bar none. Well, I say that bar none, but technically speaking, the Phoenix is better. However, by the time you get Phoenix, it's useless. You can get Light Arrow much, much, much sooner, and it's very, very useful. It's very powerful, very useful, very quick. And you have it for most of the game. Tornado's a good alternate with the randomizer. It's hard to control, but it's very powerful, so it's super useful. Again, as I said earlier, the problem with Phoenix is that you have to be able to swing this weapon. Swing the Soul Blade and use it. We have a squirrel, which means we have one more item in Greenwood to check before we completely leave it. We're going to have to go back through and kill the baubles again. But they're worth a fair amount of experience. We may be able to pull 1 or 2 more levels in this area before we finish it. Another A level, potentially, because we can kill those. Not required. Because the best place in the game to grind is, in fact, on the last screen of the game, in the World of Darkness, the World of Evil, whatever you want to call it. The very last screen has, or second to last and the very last screen has those rotating Clax cubes. I call them Clax cubes. They give an immense amount of experience, and they can only be killed by the Soul Blade, which you can just hold out in front of you and stab. If you follow through the game and you 100% as much as you can possibly do, generally speaking, by the time you get the Soul Blade, there's not really a whole lot more extra things that you have to kill to be able to collect those last level or levels. Fun fact, though, in the first shrine of this area, there are trap tiles that you can break with the Soul Blade that give you a very, very nice amount of experience. So I could, if I wanted to be able to swing the Soul Blade now, I could go back there and grind on those spike traps. And they're very quick to reset, too. Because you're not expected to be able to kill those until you have the Soul Blade, which is the end of the game. And by that point, you have a much, much better place to grind than that. If you get the Soul Blade early enough, it is definitely worth considering using that that method to level up. Maybe not all the way to 24, because that's a lot, even with those. But it could be worthwhile to use it to get at least a few levels to be more protected against the rest of the creatures, pretty much up to the end of the game. Or maybe there's a sword you want to swing, and that'll definitely get you there. Also, this boss, to me, is the hardest boss in the game. To me. I don't like fighting this boss. He's cool looking, but he's a rough one to fight. And we have another mermaid. That particular mermaid also has an item for us. We'll catch that once we go back to the Seabed Sanctuary. And I believe with that, with the exception of getting whatever our scroll friend in the tree has, is a complete clear of our third area. Now again, the only thing at this point that we need, is Bob the Builder, which is a soldier that once you unlock him gives you Magritte Castle, and Phoenix. Those are the only 2 things we need, and we can finish this. And instead, this scroll does not have the legendary magical summoning spell, which, you know, would you expect a random squirrel in a tree in a random woods somewhere on the random planet to give you the legendary magical Phoenix? Maybe not. You missed the Spirit Layer. Did I? Did I not get it? Did I not grab it? Did I honestly actually not grab it after unlocking it? Frick's sake. Now this area is 100%. Wasn't worth it, but it's good to know that it's done. Thank you. Thank you for catching me. It wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have been missing anything, but thank you for catching it. If it was something, I'd have been very upset because I wouldn't have known where it was at. I would have had to methodically go back through each of the areas to find said layer. But we don't need it. So Grass Valley has been 100%ed. Woods of Greenwood have been 100%ed. We can go into Seabed and work on Durian. We do need to remember to put on our bubble armor because we are going to be taking another water walk here. Technically speaking, according to the tracker, we cannot completely complete Durian because Durian requires the Mermaid's Tear to finish, but in Rando, there's nothing there that we need to worry about. Elemental Mail! Second strongest armor in the game. Protects you from damage zones, but does not protect you from fire tiles or drowning, as it turns out. So, generally speaking, other than being good at defense, if you didn't already have the soul armor, pretty much worthless. So, the tiles that it lets you block are spike tiles, which is useful to have in the grid castle because there's a lot of hidden spike tiles, but by the time you get it, it's like you're only blocking damage from like 3 tiles. It's kind of dumb. Manic Ascendant, thank you for raid. Hope everybody there, Manic and your raiders are doing well this evening. We are reaching near the end of the game. We have several combat areas available to us still. However, we are only searching for one more NPC and one more item. Both of which are evading us, or rather eluding our attention quite well. Come on, give me the Phoenix. Like 200 experience. Useless when I need 300,000 experience. I love me some Soul Blazer. I do enjoy me some Soul Blazer as well. So, we could have gone and grabbed the Spirit for this area. Now, the Spirit for this area grants you protection from those falling fireballs. But basically, the best thing you could do is if you see them falling, just walk away from them. Just start walking. You'll usually avoid it. It's there, and they only do like 1 damage at this point, so it's not. Speaking of. Hey, we got 2 dancers and the instructor. But yeah, the little soul creature is on the right side somewhere, and we can kill those guys. One of the angelfish is the soul that protects you from the falling magma rocks. Yeah, see, that's not going to do anything to them because you can only kill them with a blade that can kill metal monsters. Which, again, are 2 of them. Yep. Another proximity mine. Or proximity, oh yeah, call it proximity mine. That works. So who do we got? Alright, we have the mouse hole. Oh no, we have the plant. We don't have the mouse hole. Mouse hole would give us access to a couple more items. Still got a tree somewhere. Excuse me, tree, where are you? There you are. I know, I ignored him, that's on me. Okay. We have another item unlocked for us in the Seabed Sanctuary. So we do have, and I lied, we do have one more animal we're going to hit with the Dream Rod. I keep saying we're hitting the last one. There is one more. I keep lying. It's terrible. I am a horrible human being. I've lied to you multiple times about it being the last one. I hope you can find it in your hearts to forgive me. It is critical information, and I have failed to give you the correct bit of it. Repeatedly. But yeah, we're doing this so we can collect NPC locations and a couple items. There's more than one. So we don't have to full clear Durian, but the more of it we clear, the better. Tree! Does the ice armor protect you against the magma floor? It does not. The ice armor protects you in 2 areas of the game. The first area, medical armor, thank you, that it protects you from is actually in the fire sanctuary, where you have the rock bridges that get lit on fire and will hit you for 1 point of damage for every invincibility cycle. The other area that the ice armor works is in Leo's lab, which is really late to be using that level of armor. But there are fire bridges, like permanent on-fire lava bridges, that will do a fairly significant amount of damage for every invincibility cycle. Ice armor will protect you from those. Unfortunately, ice armor, I believe, does not protect you against the magma floor. I can confirm that, but I'm going to hold off on confirming that until I'm done here. Which I will be doing a death warp, so I'll be done here very shortly. Tornado, go away. Tornado, come back. Tornado, come back. Tornado, come back. That's why Tornado's great, but it's unpredictable. Ow. Yeah, a lot of damage. Like 3 or 4 pips of damage every invincibility cycle. And a soldier. Not useful. We're going to take the hit there to grab that. Is that our load-bearing dog? That's our load-bearing dog. We got a nice cafe in Greenwood now. Does it do anything for us? No. Looks nice, though. Alright, so I'm going to do this just to show that it doesn't. There it goes. Damage, damage, damage. Flame Ball! Flame Ball is the very first spell in the game. And I've gotten it at pretty much the twilight hour here. No! I've got to go back! I've got to go back to Durian. I was going to switch to the herb, but I got to go back. I was banking on having just enough to get there. I was mistaken. I banked incorrectly. Well, I suppose we could check this while we're running back through. If you lick the ice armor, will it get stuck to your tongue? Absolutely. Thank you for another metal herb that I could have dispensed with almost entirely. But yeah, I still need one more major piece from this area. Pretty much everything else is done. There is a dolphin who is a lovely, adorable, cute, sleepy thing who, if you give him a big pearl in his sleep to give to his fiancée, he will, in fact, give you access to 4 treasure chests, which at this point in the game might be a valuable check. Mistakes were made, yeah. Miscalculation was made. My calculation was that I should have had 1 more health. I should have had 1 more health when I stepped onto, and I went to Ghost Ship instead of... I went to Ghost Ship instead of Durian. Excuse me. I thought I was going to have one more health when I stepped on the layer. I, in fact, did not have enough health. But for funsies, we just visited Ghost Ship one more time. So yes, miscalculation was definitely made on that. We won't take us quite as long to get back around to that trap tile, but we'll get there. So there are 3 trap tiles. That one and the other one don't matter. They're just stairs. There's one or two of them. So we do want to get back to that one. But there's 3. What 3? I think some of the... Oh, there you are. I had 2 layers to go back and deal with, not one. Alright, we are going to have to put on the herb. So we are going to end up burning that to grab this layer. And then we're going to end up burning it again to grab the other layer. Now, normally, you aren't supposed to try to run and grab these layers, because eventually you get an item called the Mermaid's Tear, and that turns all these lava tiles into rock. And you don't have to worry about it. There's our stairs. That doesn't matter. We're done here. Let's not waste the medical herb on that. And I don't have enough gems to worry about carrying, so another death, which is perfectly fine. So in Durian, lava protected items, passage to Durian's done, accessible spots, metal goblin, gorillas. So all that's left there is the secret cove items, which we don't have access yet to. And again, those are given behind the sleepy dolphin, who is the last person we should be hitting with a stick. Grass Valley 100%, Greenwood 100%, Mountain of Souls 100%. Leo has stuff for us. Magritte has stuff for us. We have the Spirit Sword. Let's assume that Leo's lab does not have... Let's assume Leo's lab, for now, does not have either the Phoenix or Bob. Because that's all we're looking for, is Phoenix and Bob. So let's zip up to Magritte Castle. Let's clear out the basement. Well, can we clear out the basement? We can clear out the basement. Why can't we clear in the basement? Why is it so we can't? Oh, secret items. Who cares? I can do that. Sleepy Soldier we're not going to bother with. I know I was saying I only have one person hit with a rod. Technically it's 2, but I am not gracing that with my my presence. I'm going to switch to the Spirit Sword because I can swing it. And I'm also going to switch to my actual armor because I can wear it. Spirit Sword's necessary here to deal with the ghosties. And it is a 100% required spot and check, because these guys block the pathway further in the basement, and the only thing that kills them is Spirit Sword, so this is just a Spirit Sword locked path. There are a few layers in the game that do not get randomized, and that's one of them. Snack! Also, the ghosts like to appear and disappear right on your hitbox, which is super annoying, but they do that. Alright, we got any more snacks? Nope, we got more orbs, though. Say hello to the orbs. Hello, orbs. Orb! Yes, yes, we do this meme. We do this meme. There's a cat. Oh, there's items in Leo's lab. A couple items I can get. Well, one. One item I can get. Doesn't matter unless it's freaking Phoenix. Frickin' Phoenix. Or, you know, Super Bracelet's also nice. Level 21. We are 3 levels away of before we can swing the Soul Blade. That boy, though he is free, matters not. Snack. Proximity Skelebros. And you see, this is where the proximity thing comes into play. I wouldn't, under vanilla playthrough, you would not know that's there unless you have the eyesight magician for this. And you know that it's there now because it is not a proximity layer here. Vanilla it is. You have to be like right near it for it to actually open up. And there is a hidden box right about here. Let's see, where is... You're on the left side, aren't you? Yeah, you're on the left side. Okay. I can't remember where the entrance for that is, but it is nearby. Oh, hello. Hello! Goodbye! Hey, there's the goat. So, chat, I give you an option. Would you like for me to go and feed the goat? Does the goat deserve to be fed? And the reason why that's relevant is the goat tells you where one of your 3 soul items are, which is either the sword, the armor, or the phoenix. While I have the sword and the armor, he could still possibly give me a tip where phoenix is. And that would save me any more hunting. Or I can say shove it and just forget the goat entirely. Does the goat deserve to be fed? I have the goat food, do I not? Oh yeah, top left corner. I got the goat food. And we have our 3 snail racers. I wouldn't care if the goat says anything, just feed the goat. Well, I mean, if the goat does not benefit me... There's some gems. And more gems. Alright, crap. Here's the problem. I don't know where the layer is, and I can't see it. There it is. The spirit sword is held by the bubble armor mermaid. Yeah, I figured that one out a while ago. Alright, so we definitely got a vote there for feeding the goat. There is good logical reasoning for doing so as well, because that does mean I might have the potential of not having to do too much stupid shenanigans trying to find that last bit of... Actually, that's useless. There's nothing in there. We're in it now. But yeah, it's worthwhile technically to go ahead and just feed the goat, because you never know, that goat might actually give me the last bit of information that I need. Also, these things here, these spears, are nowhere near worthwhile as much as the spears you get from, or the spikes you get from the first shrine in the woods. It's still a decent amount of experience, but it's nowhere near the amount you get from them. Hey, there's the other side of Lou's prison. Also, if you just stand there, you get stabbed. Don't just stand there. I'm gonna switch back to the spirit sword. And yet another hidden treasure chest. There's a lot of hidden treasure chests down here. All of the hidden treasure chests in this dungeon, with the exception of like one early on, were just freaking gems. And this is just an exit, which is fine. We're not done here yet, but we're close. 8 layers, hoping for Bob the Builder. And then we'll, like I said, we'll go back and we'll feed the goat. We'll feed the goat because it's nice to know if what we need in a specific spot we can get to. think there's one more treasure here. Wouldn't Fire Pillar be better due to better aiming? Fire Pillar would be better. Fireball would be probably the better one to use here. But Tornado is extremely powerful, so it's not great for as far as lack of eventual control, but it's still quite a bit more powerful than any spell that I have currently. And now we gotta chase this guy because he's gone all the way to the top part of this map. But yeah, all the spells have purposes, useful uses. Once you get certain other spells, though, it doesn't really matter. Fireball is great if I have an enemy out of reach that I can't get the tornado to. But if you can get the tornado to the target, the tornado is a fantastic high damage spell. It's hard to control after you've cast it. Initial cast, though, you can place it wherever you want it. But it's still worthwhile there. Isn't there one more chest here? I want to say there's one more chest here. I could be wrong. There's a squirrel that does nothing for us. I've opened that chest. It just looks like it's closed, though. It's not. But yeah, all the spells have use. For sure. Fireball is probably the surefire way for a good majority of the game. Or at least until you find Light Arrow. And if I had Light Arrow, I would have used nothing else. I would have used nothing else. All right, and there is the entrance girl. I think that's the Snell Race coordinator as well. And I do believe that is Dunzo here in the basement. So there's one secret item in the basement, 3 secret items on the 2nd level, and all of the soul locations. We have done so. All right, so we have left and right tower open to us. We cannot completely clear right tower, but we can completely clear left. Again, we are still looking for Bob the Builder, again, a soldier that unlocks the castle. And we are looking for Phoenix. So, in favor of trying... Oh, I didn't need you. Too late now. Would you like to walk the basement with me? You don't have a choice. Alright, so of the souls, I have all but one. And that last one was the magma protection. Not necessary at all. So, I will go feed the goat now. I have the ability to full clear left tower. I have the ability to clear almost all of right tower. But hopefully the goat will tell us something useful. Otherwise, he's going to tell us what we already know. Alright, let's get the food out. So, this goat is set to tell you, guaranteed to tell you one of the 3 soul items. Which one is it going to be? Please be Phoenix and shorten the stream up. Give it to me, yes. Soul armor. That is not the information that I needed from you, my horned friend. So, there is literally nothing else for us to do but to either continue to the towers or to attempt to full clear Leo's lab to find the last 2 things that we need. Let's move. So, in favor of pushing as far as we can, we are going to go back to Magride's castle and work on left tower. Was that your sole reason for feeding him? I'm going to put my power armor back on and slap myself in the face. Anyways, let's go! The top floor of this tower is a prison. Anyone who does not have the platinum card cannot enter. I am sorry I have to pull it out of my pocket. There are a few creatures and a few spots in the game where you don't have to pull the item out. But generally speaking, you have to pull the item out. All right, Lag City, here we go. Actually, this might be a good... No, it's not. Just freaking get wrecked. Lag City is going to happen, and magic disappearing sprites are also going to happen. Usually in Randomizer, the only place that you'll see that, and almost always guaranteed, is the model towns. But this is actually another good spot, especially if you get a lot of these horse heads, because those end up being a couple sprites each. And mimics. I believe the highest value creature aside what you find in the demon, in the World of Darkness. Oh hey. So we might see level 23 by the time we're done with Left Tower. Probably not, because level 24 is 420,000 experience, and we're 170 away-ish? 180? 160? I don't know. 160 sounds right. But those mimics are 1,000 apiece. So normally you only see the mimics further down, but I'll take it. And again, you don't really need to do the extra grinding because you'll have a good spot later on that you'll be able to do that with. Are you really gonna play this game? You're gonna make me kill you one at a time slowly. So we got that. No layers, no treasures, nothing else needed there. All right. You guys all right? You're stuck in a wall. All right. So funny enough, the little spots that you see, little face turrets, or spots that will like start throwing fireballs at you at random, those are considered monsters, and those can get replaced with any other monster from the area that you're in. So they end up having a monster stuck in walls that you can't kill. There we go. See, as a note, if you ever have a problem getting to something in a wall, if you face the left and then swing your sword, you should be able to clip into that creature if you feel the necessity. Rayo actually had a moment earlier, that something I had to do. To get into an area, you had to do exactly that. Face left, push as far against the wall as you can get, and swing, because it was the only way to get enough reach to be able to hit the creature in the wall. And there's no more items or things in this section. Okay. We got the rats. All we need for that mouse hole now is the actual mouse at the door, and there's actually like 3 items right there. 2 or 3 items right there. Beep. Tornado for you. Or not, I guess. How about I put one a little further down? There you go. Level 23, so 120,000 experience points away. Okay, I'm not opening any of these layers until I've killed all of these mimics. Alright. 4 souls. Oh no, 3 souls and an item. I've got nothing for you. Would you like to go back? Not yet. Can we find Bob the Builder? Nope, we found another mouse. I know y'all excited about finding mice. Alright, come on, let's go. You're gonna make me full clear this game to get... There we go! We've got Bob the Builder! Ladies and gentlemen, we're in there. We just have Phoenix left to get, but I'm going straight to the World of Darkness because I have access... Well, straight to McGrid first, then to World of Darkness. Because I have the Soul Blade, I have the armor, I can survive it. There are treasures in that area. I have no reason not to go there, and I could save myself a significant amount of dungeon crawling if Phoenix is there. But I do have 2 item locations here. One is McGrid, although he will never give you anything important. Except the coolest spell in the game, Light Arrow, you jerk. And the final emblem location, usually. Just a nerd. So, we are going straight to the World of Evil. To get to the World of Evil, you have to have the 6 stones. We actually had all 6 stones at probably like an hour and 15 in. So we've had all the stones since early on. And we had both Dancing Grandmas and all 3 Red Hots. Very, 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 very early. Surprisingly so. However, I'm going to do a quick save here. And we are going to go ahead and go into the World of Evil and try and hope for Phoenix there. Otherwise, we're diving back into Leo's lab, which is mostly all I have left available to me. 6 stones have started to shine. And we're swallowed into the aura. The Aurora. On to the world of evil, the world of darkness. May Phoenix be found and used mightily upon thy foe. I do not believe that this area has any more NPC unlocks, but at this point, there's only one other NPC unlock that might be relevant potentially, and that would be the mouse in the mouse hole. That one might be potentially relevant because there's a couple items in there. There's a plant there that could have an item, the mouse that has an item. Yeah, there's a few things there. There's actually another item check there in Leo's lab too from the sleeping cat. But I'm making the effort to go here first because if it's here, then I'm literally missing out on nothing. And I don't have to go back to Leo's lab to clear it. I don't think there's anything else over here. There is. All right, well. Yeah, the access to said treasure that I was complaining about. But yeah, there's no more NPC unlocks here, I believe. Everything here is progression. Gems! Not what I need, game. You know what I need. The Super Bracelet! Not what I need, but it's what I also wanted. So the Super Bracelet essentially is the same thing as having the Power Bracelet and the Shield Bracelet on at the same time. In this game, you can only equip one of the 2 bracelets at a time. So Super Bracelet's great because it gives you the effects of both. And that is giving you an extra 2 points of attack and defense power, which is nice. And I believe the other 2 are up here ahead. One of these is going to unlock a warp. Do I have my right armor on? I do, okay. I'm getting my butt kicked because I'm being dumb. Here, please. And we have the ability to swing the Soul Blade. Yes, we heckin' do. And we will check out that warp here shortly. But we first... Well, I'm going to hope that Tornado does some good. So you saw there the Clax Cube running. And you don't need the Tornado for this, but it makes life easier. Yeah, Light Arrow is really the best spell in the game, honestly. The spell best to worst, at least top 3, is Light Arrow, Phoenix, and then Tornado, honestly. And the only reason why I say Tornado is high on the list is because even despite the randomness of it, it's still very powerful. So I do not begrudge getting Tornado over anything else, honestly. Yep. And we have more heckin' gems. this point, we don't need them. We even have the magic bell. We don't need them. So if you don't have level 24, this is the best place to go because you can just bop, bop, bop. That's 12,000 experience, just like that. Level 24 comes so fast. This is the grind you do. Once you have Soul Blade, even if you can't swing it, this is far and away the best way to get that level. Now, I don't need to do this. I'm just doing this to kind of show you that's where you would want to do it. You know what? I have literally one more of those to kill to get 25, so sure. Alright, another box. By the way, this is the room area that you can go into, that if you don't have the soul armor, this area will kill you. Gradually, but it will kill you. Gradually and quickly, honestly. So we have, I think, 2 more chests here in the World of Evil before we have to suffer and go back through and figure out where the heck the actual Phoenix spell is. Not here. Well, that is very, very unfortunate. And we cannot fight the final boss without it. So, we've got to go back and find it. Alright, one more item to get. Let's see. Grass Valley has nothing. Greenwood has nothing. Seabed has Chungus when we find him, if we find him. Nothing in Mountain of Souls. It's all Leo's Lab and Magrid Right Tower. What do I feel like doing? Let's do Magrid Right Tower because I don't like having to do Leo's. You know what? No, I'm doing Leo's because there's a couple item checks I can get immediately without having to do anything. One of those requires that last Dream Run smack that I needed. Wait, did I get you? You're just gonna jump in place and be all freaky. So I don't have the mouse to pull the. I don't have the mouse hole even if I pull the cats out. I do have the Actinia leaf catnip, but even if I pull them out, I still can't get into the mouse hole because it doesn't exist yet. But that mouse hole would lead me to like two more items. One is normally a spell. I believe it's Spark Bomb that's there. Spark Bomb or Flare. And then the plant normally is the medical herb. But again, maybe not in this seed. Maybe not. I stand corrected. Worthless! Okay, and I think I've already got the chest, so I think you're already done. Yep. I wonder how Lisa is. I want to see her after the world is revived. Man, you've got high hopes, don't you? Okay, we got the drawers, we got Marie, we got the cat. Well, we're here. Let's go ahead and take out either the factory or the power plant. I don't know. Let's do power plant. Well, no, let's do... Which one has items? Before fire section. There is one more item on power plant. I believe power plant is the bottom one, right? Let's do power plant. It's not gonna matter. We're probably gonna have to go both to find one item. Oh, bugger. Alright, yeah. Gonna catch these guys as early as possible. And good to not unleash the rest. So there are still a few NPCs that we could unlock that might be useful to do. Not a guarantee, but they could be useful. Was that a single rat release? was. Ugh. Well, if we're quick about it, we can catch him here. And that's why the rats suck. And this is why the ice armor is nice, even at this point. You can deal with this. The enemies that like to wander around these still really suck. But you can walk across these flame tiles here. Just remember to put not that all back on. Are you a runner? Are you a runner? Yes! That was lucky. Alright, we got scrubbing bubbles. Wonderful. I'm just here for your items, peeps. And we've got worms. Honestly, it's not as bad as it sounds. There's a quote bot for you. We've got worms, but it's not as bad as it sounds. And we're clear out over here. We will need the ice armor again here shortly. Yeah, I can deal with you guys here. That's fine. Also, it was funny early on in the rando, these helicopters caused kind of a problem. The AI of the helicopter on one of these layers liked to fly down and off the screen, and there was nothing you could have done about it. Experience! Stay. We're almost done here. We're gonna have to go to the factory next. Have you ever been experienced? Depends on how you define experienced. Alright, we get to go kill a boss. Don't blink. Oh, you blinked. He's still alive, though. Okay, he's dead. It depends on how you define it. I don't. Why? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we got a Chungus check. I am actually at this point, because there is 4 chests left, and at this point in the game, I am willing to completely fade the rest of Leo's lab and right tower to immediately go smack a dolphin in the head with a stick. Which I still have equipped. Oops! We're gonna go beat up a dolphin real quick, excuse me. Let's go beat up on a dolphin and tell him that we go battle Lou. Oh, I'd send Lou to fight for me. He'd do a heckin'. All right, we are here. That pearl. Yes, I was going to present that pearl. This is Coral Reef. I have missed this place. Goodbye. And we need to go towards Ghost Ship to get to said cove. And we shall. Back to... towards... Actually, can we get there faster via a teleport? Wait! Bubble armor! Tornado. Yes, we can't get there faster. So, usually, like Lisa, the Chungus check is pretty useless. But the fact that there are 4 chests there and we literally need 1 more item to beat the game, I'd say it's well worth the check. That check could also land us a boss key, which could be useful. Potentially. Which is also right tower. But, here we go. Let's rate that loot. Oh, I gotta kill these guys first. Come on! I already earned my way here. Do I have to earn my way here again? Yes. Okay. Rate those chests. Number 1, 300 gems. Number 2, 150 gems. This is looking bleak. Received the magic flare. Ladies and gentlemen, we have all the magic except for Phoenix. And the Psycho Sword. We now have all but 1 sword, all but 1 armor, all but 1 magic, and that 1 magic is what matters. Which means our next stop is either right tower or the rest of Leo's lab. And at this point, I think I'd prefer going right tower over Leo's lab. Because right tower also has some items. However, there's also a strong possibility that our last item is behind an NPC that we don't have access to. And there aren't many left. There are not many left. Off to not Leo's lab, off to right tower. I am sad that it's taken this long to find 1 item. Okay. And we also cannot full clear right tower because we don't have the airship key. Which, it's an NPC unlock, but again, unnecessary for the moment. There is 7 layers in this room and a bajillion mimics. Say hello to my little friend. So, the only thing that I could get that would make me immediately bail, no matter where I'm at, would be the mouse hole in Leo's lab. I think that one would be an immediate bail, because the mouse hole may have it has 2 checks, may have what I need. And this is going a lot longer than I wanted to. We have to do the harp string. We also do not have the harpist. We do not have the musician. So the musician would be an item. The mouse hole would be 2 items. The door in Leo's lab on the first floor, the locked door, would be another item. 2 items, actually, I think, from that. So there's several things in Leo's lab that would be great to see. Just a soldier. We did not address Sleeping Soldier because Sleeping Soldier has just a nerb. We don't need it. Although we've been beat up pretty hard here, that might not be a bad idea. Wait. I'm not wearing my armor. No wonder I'm dying. There's a mobile key so I can finish this area. Never heckin' you mind. We are out. We got what we needed. Bell up. Phoenix up. We're out of here. We're done. Get wrecked. Hit me. Hit me. Quit trying to hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. We're out. This is taking way, way longer than it needed to. Let's go. Heck this boss. Heck this seed. I had nearly every key item that I needed at the very beginning. Within the first hour and a half, I think. I had every key item except for the sword, armor, and Phoenix. The rest of the game was spent pretty much almost last locationing Phoenix. And we have more than enough gems in our collection. We're switching to this thing. What am I doing? That. You want to get wrecked? In case you haven't guessed, I'm the final boss. Are you? And we have so much built up gems that we don't need to worry about the bell. If we had no gems, I would favor the bell over the bracelet. But that is a very slight situation. Shoot me over here, please. So to hit death toll, you can only hit him when he's spitting fire. So ideally, you want to do it on the tip of one of his ear wings or whatever you want to call them. And when the little lasers aren't on the screen, because those cause so much hecking lag. Well, no avoiding that one at least. So normally, the reason these blue flames exist is to give you magic. It costs 2 magic every time you swing Phoenix. And you have to mash Phoenix quite a bit in this fight. That's why you really don't need the magic bell, as these guys generally give you enough magic to fuel Phoenix without too much problems. It is kind of a pain in the backside, otherwise on other occasions, but just keep mashing that Phoenix when he's spitting hot bars. Try not to stand in the dead center of the screen to get hit by fireballs and or laser beams. At level 25, there's literally no hesitation or fear that I'm going to run out of health here. Level 24, you might need a medical herb, but whatever. Generally speaking, you can tank all the little laser shots and then maybe some of the fireball shots he does, but you don't have to tank any of those fireball shots to be in the right standing position there. And ladies and gentlemen, a time of 3 hours, 49 minutes, and... Okay, 29 seconds. But there you go. My split timer decided not to work. So, the world of evil has begun to disappear. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, I appreciate everybody that's been here to join me for... and Rayeo earlier, for Soul Blazer Randomizer, or Rando Blazer, as it's called. Hope you enjoyed it. I hope you come back next week. We're going to try to do something a little bit different, a little bit more special. It will require a volunteer or 2, preferably probably just 1, but possibly 2 or 3 volunteers. And we'll see what we can do about next week. If I can't get the volunteers in time, I will go ahead and roll the rando wheel and we will pick something as we have been doing. But I'm going to try to do something fun for next week. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we appreciate you joining us on this Rando Monday for Soul Blazer. Again, apologize for the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or whatever. We haven't been running it due to illness and work situation. But there you go. Rando wheel, you say, yes, I do roll a rando wheel to pick the next game. Next week is going to be an exception, depending on what volunteers I can get for my little fun project. We'll see what happens. If you're interested in the randomizers, please, or anything RGL, please join us on the events Discord. I believe you just exclamation mark Discord. Oh, there it is. Just do that one right there. If you want to know what's coming up, what events are coming up, and all that fun stuff, I know we've got Shmuptober coming up this weekend, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. We've also got a Super Pitfall competition in October. That's just popped up. We also have Halloween horror coming up at the end of October. We've got SNES Sprint coming in November. We got a lot of fun, crazy stuff. But yeah, this coming weekend is Shmuptember. 3 or 4 days worth of amazing shmup runs and bullet hells. If you like that kind of stuff, come back this weekend. Otherwise, come back Tuesday for either sports/golf night, Wednesday for WADS days, for Doom WADS, Thursdays for movie night, video game movie night, games based off of movies, and Fridays for retro race nights. I believe, I don't know, I think this Friday's a final. Is it this Friday or another day? But that one's going to be big, so join us for that. Otherwise, again, you all have yourself a wonderful night. We'll see you next time.
Interest to believe in me. I'm the blazer, the soul blazer. Yeah, the blazer, the soul blazer. I'm the blazer, the soul blazer. Yeah, the blazer, the soul blazer. You can't stop me. I'm the hero. Stop it, bad guys. Dead goes zero. You can't stop me. I'm the hero. Stop it, bad guys. Dead goes zero. You can't stop me. Stop it, bad guys. There goes zero. don't care about the steps in your plan. I'm gonna make you pay for what you did to this land. You think you tough cause your power is fiendish? Ha! You going up against the power of Phoenix. I know you think you're some kind of hellraiser, but you can't outlast the spirit of